And good morning to everybody tuning in to the Online Darts Live League today, and what is a very, very sad day for our sport. The passing of Kyle Anderson in the last few hours has shaken everybody, including myself, and I know that everybody will wish everybody in Australia who knows Kyle and his entire family deep condolences from everybody in the darting fraternity. So it is a sad day, but we do have some darts for you today. And every dart that is thrown today is for Kyle, the original Anderson. Let's start with Nathan Girvan and Scott Marsh. Contrasting days for these two yesterday. Scott Marsh, who started with 3 defeats, ended up with 2 victories at the end of his campaign on Monday. And I think he went back to his hotel
first leg, it's Nathan to throw
with
first.
4 points and a bit of
on.
a smile on his face, because he has managed to put himself back in the reckoning after a slow start yesterday. But when you look at his stats from yesterday, an average of 87.12, and you look at all of the averages for the other players, you think that maybe he is someone we should be watching today. In fact, there was only one other player who averaged better than Scott Marsh yesterday.
180.
We don't have to wait too long for our first 180 of the day. That comes from the young Scott Nathan Girvan. We didn't have long to wait yesterday for our first big checkout, because Scott Marsh hit
60.
a 170 checkout in the first leg of yesterday's play. But only one player could average over the course of the day better than Scott Marsh, and that was our table topper, Jared Cole, who starts today on 10 points, 4 points ahead of Mike Warburton and Darren Beveridge. Scott Marsh in 4th position on 4,
140.
and Nathan Girvan at the foot of the table on 2. He's looking for a 12-dart start.
88.
Doesn't quite get it, but he does have another visit in the bank to get the first leg of the day.
$78. Nathan, your record 16.
2 hits it is, and not much pressure on him.
Game shot on the first
That's a fine
leg.
start from Nathan Girvan, who does have a lot of work to do today from the foot of the table. But all is not lost for Nathan. He has got 10 games left in Group A,
Second leg, it's
and this may be a must-win.
Game on.
The thing about Tuesdays in Group A is that you have to make a move.
100.
You have to find something, maybe of the ilk of what Jared Cole did yesterday. You have to give yourself the opportunity of finding the top spot
60.
by the end of Wednesday's play, which is where you need to be to qualify for Saturday's finals. It started well yesterday for Nathan with a 4-2 victory over Richie Burnett. And then after that,
96.
he suffered 4 consecutive defeats. He was defeated 4 legs to 1 by his fellow Scot, Darren Beveridge, in Game 6. He missed out by 4 legs to 2 against Mike Warburton.
45.
I think the key game for him was losing 4 legs to 3 against Jared Cole in match 12, because he really was, in my opinion, the sheriff of that game. He just let it slip at the wrong moment. And when he played Scott Marsh in the final game of yesterday's play, it was Scott who bossed that one, averaging just shy of 90 with his finest winning performance of the day.
$46.
Maybe this is one of the reasons why Nathan is at the foot of the table today, because he had a great first leg, but the second leg is a bit more inferior. And Marsh is taking full advantage of it. As
132.
he sets up a 2-darter to take leg 2. Great thinking from Nathan Girvan, trying to get the 174
requires 60.
to leave the 2-darter of his own. But it is Marsh for tops now. Misses on double 10 and gives Nathan Girvan one chance for a 2-0 lead. Narrow miss on the 60 means that this is not going to go.
60. Scott, you require 20.
Don't think Scott Marsh can miss with these 3 darts. This could be vital.
Game shot.
That's a really nice shot in the end.
Scott Marsh.
And that is one of those doubles that will allow you to just breathe out and say, yes, I'm in the day now. I've got my first leg and I can kick on from here. Well, if you're a Scott Marsh fan, you'll probably say that. I know that everybody's going to feel
83.
some raw emotion today. We've all woken up with some terrible news that our friend, colleague, and brilliant player that is Kyle is no longer with us.
97.
So many memories of an incredible, funny guy who brought us not only darting memories,
100.
but personal ones too. All of the players today wearing black armbands in tribute to the 33-year-old.
100.
Maybe at points over the course of the week, I might share some of my memories of Kyle and some of the things that he did to make me smile. Because when you think of Kyle today, you should be smiling because he did that for a lot of people, including his family. In particular, his little boy,
100.
his dad, and his brother Bo.
$57.
Well, Nathan Girvan has left 138, which is a finish that Scott Marsh took out yesterday.
$60. Nathan, you require 130.
So word of the wise, Nathan, don't leave Scott Marsh on something like 144. He took out 137 yesterday as well, and 170.
Scott, you require 144.
He was the king of the big finishes on Monday. So this is under threat. Is he going to stay there? It wasn't far away for a shot at double 12.
88. Nathan, you require 80.
He was left on 80 in the second leg and didn't get a shot. This time he does get a shot. Can't see much of tops.
60.
He can't find it, so Scott Marsh has got a realistic opportunity here for a break of throw. Two darts. And only needs the one. A pure shot at tops to take that third leg. A really, really clinical shot to take the lead at 2-1 with a break of throw now, and he's now the favourite for this match.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $26.
Over the course of yesterday, there were some standout performances, but I think with all due respect to the players, they'll all be looking to kick on further today. Even with 10 unanswered points yesterday, Jared Cole only had a best average of 93, which indeed was the best performance of anybody yesterday.
58.
Best performance yesterday of 88.26 from Nathan and 91.15 from Scott, but
100.
that average was a losing average. His best winning average came against Nathan Girvan in match 15 on Monday.
140.
If he can start with a win today and get to 6 points, he would join Beveridge and Warburton
57.
on 6 points in pursuit of Jared Cole, who the likes of Marsh, Beveridge and Warburton will be hoping that he stutters today, and we will see him in match 2 against Mike Warburton. So
96.
there are many different complexities going to follow on Tuesday and Wednesday as we try and find the first person for our Saturday finals.
134.
During the next leg, I will talk about the format, if indeed you are a new viewer to the Online Darts Live League, and whether you're tuning in via the Online Darts YouTube
100.
channel or indeed the streaming
Nathan,
capabilities of your favourite bookmaker. We do welcome you today. 152 is no longer possible for Nathan.
96.
This is a key exchange. It's either going to be 2-2 or possibly 3-1 if Marsh can take this. That treble 19 is perfect. And the double 12 is very, very good indeed.
Scott Marsh.
That 17 darter is really, really good for his chances of winning this one by a margin. As you can see, a perfect 81 check out in 2, and Nathan Girvan is in the same position as he was yesterday against Scott Marsh.
135.
So just to reiterate what is happening today and of course the rest of this week, we already have 3 players in Champions Week, which will begin on September the 13th. Robert Owen of Wales, Nick Fulwell of England and Rob Collins of England. But in order to join them, you've got to make it through Group A, Group B or Group C this week and get to the top 3 of the finals on Saturday. In order to get there, these 6 players in Group A, which are playing on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, only the top person from Group A will automatically qualify. But positions 2 and 3 in the table tomorrow lunchtime will be promoted to Group B, where they will be joined
92
by Connor Scott, Wes Newton and Lee Cox in a 5-person group. 3 players will be promoted from that group to the finals, and then 2 further from Group C, which will be the bottom 2 people from Group A, and Scott Williams, Paul Hogan or Justin Smith of Wales.
56.
Only 2 will come through that 6-person group.
170.
I hope that's pretty self-explanatory. Scott Marsh looking for a second 170 of this week. He does actually have 2 170 checkouts
42.
in all of his games in 2021 here at the Online Darts Live League.
160.
But he didn't really scare that one. Does Nathan Girvan have a 160 in him? Could possibly. And that is a beauty from the Scot. And that is, in fact, the best finish he has delivered here at the Online Darts Live League this year. So he's still in this match at 3-2 down. That's a real catalyst for his chances.
$100.
Not the first 160 checkout from a Scot this week, though. Darren Beveridge got one yesterday.
58.
And yes, we didn't have any ton plus averages yesterday. In fact, we didn't have anything above 93.22. But we did get some great finishing. Great maximum from Scott Marsh, and that is his first, to add to the one that Nathan already has. High checkout yesterday for Nathan was 87.
40.
Scott Marsh's 170 topped the group in the finishing stakes. Beveridge with a 160 and Jared Cole with 110. Remarkably, the biggest finish of Mike Warburton's day was only 60.
131.
Looks to me like Scott Marsh has seen enough of Nathan Girvan in this first match, and that 160 checkout really has
123.
catapulted him into the
Scott,
kind
you
of
require
form
90.
to get a 4-2 victory, and it will be so if this goes. Great finishing so far,
Game
and great
shot
finishing
and the
to the
match.
very end from Scott Marsh, who
Marsh.
takes an 11 darter to take a 4-2 victory. Look at that beautiful 90 checkout in 2. Very reminiscent of that 81 checkout earlier on treble 19 and double 12. So he starts with a 4-2 victory. It's a good performance from Scott Marsh as well. His best winning average of the week so far. So maybe that's a sign to come for what we will get from the rest of the players. What will we get from the table topper from yesterday, Jared Cole, as he takes on Mike Warburton in match 2. Not a bad opener at all from Scott Marsh there, and finishes with an 11 darter. So it's over to Jared Cole and Mike Warburton to see what they can do in their opening match for Tuesday. I'm sure Jared Cole went to bed last night thinking, I am now the favourite for Group A, but there is still a lot of work to do. And he did get a very impressive 4-1 victory against Mike Warburton in match 14 yesterday. But when you look at the stats of that game, I think maybe both players were just a little tired.
Okay, first look, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
That is no excuse for game 1 on Tuesday. I'm sure both players slept really well and are ready to fire today.
60.
As far as Jared's day is concerned, of course, a perfect 10 points from a possible 10.
55.
5 wins from 5. An average for the day of 87.16, which is very steady. He had the best running average of the day, and he also had the best doubling stats. 37.74. Only the 1 ton plus checkout, which is quite interesting. That was 110, a best leg of 13 darts. But you may ask, why was he the best player yesterday? Well, I think he was just the most consistent. But he did have a little bit of fortune along the way. When he had a suspect game, his opponent did too. And of course, he did survive a number of match darts against Scott Marsh. In fact, it was a total of 6 match darts.
180.
We haven't had to wait long for our first maximum from Warby.
140.
Almost backed up by Jared, who gets into the same sort of zone for a finish. Warby going to take a ton plus check out for the first time this week.
61.
Very, very nearly.
Jared, you require 107.
Could be triple 16 here.
83. Mike, you require 40.
If Mike makes a mistake, Jared is in. So these are the chances that you have to close out. And he does so very proficiently. Warby was very, very good on double 10 yesterday. And I get the feeling if he leaves it, he's going to grow in confidence as the day progresses. 1-0 Warburton.
Against Jared to throw first. Game on. $60.
I mentioned the level of performance from all of the players yesterday. Well,
85.
Some of the players in this group have been playing constantly for the last few days. Jared Cole and Nathan Girvan especially, because they were playing at the development tour
60
event over the weekend. But everybody in this group has played a lot of online darts live league action this
140.
year. So they don't really have any excuse to say that they're ring rusty.
93.
In fact, Jared Cole is now playing his 103rd live league match of the year. Mike Warburton is playing his 90th. He is almost towards his century, which Jared found yesterday. A very illustrious list of players who have got themselves to 100 matches. I'll go through that at some point today. Jared Cole is making a move, but back comes Mike Warburton with a beauty
136
of a setup.
114.
Treble 18 required, and he gets it.
94.
That could be a valuable miss, because this game has started with class. Double 10 again, but he
30.
needed the extra shot.
Jared, you require 20.
You don't get 4 darts for a visit, only 3. And Jared Cole is very happy about that, because he dodges a bullet in leg 2 and finds his way to 1-1. If he's going to be given visits like that, he could well take advantage of most of them today.
So look, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
As far as Mike's day yesterday is concerned, he might have considered himself quite fortunate to have been in second position in the table after Monday. 6 points from a possible 10. A running average of 81.33, which was the 5th best of everyone. Hence my statement of him being quite fortunate. Only 280s all day.
60.
And a running checkered percentage of 32.65, which was a little bit above average yesterday, because it was around 31% for everyone. But on more than one occasion yesterday, I described Warby as a scrapper, as someone who could graft.
100.
And I genuinely think that if Mike Warburton does not get through Group A in top spot, I think he will get through either Group B or C.
85. $97.
Lovely switching. He is incredibly steady. He doesn't make a great deal of line errors, but the weight of the dart is something that he really does need to improve on. That's where the improvement is for his game. He doesn't stray into the 5s and 1s very much. His line is so good.
60.
He is the chief of this leg.
82.
He should be taking this one
Mike, you require 84.
from this position. It's got to be 14 and bull now. It is the bullseye.
59.
A very good effort.
Jared,
But this is an outside chance for Jared.
118.
Very doable. It's getting a little bit more likely as he goes for tops and
Game
takes
shot
his
on the
second
third leg.
ton plus
Jared
checkout
Cole.
of the week so far. He got a 110 yesterday that was key, but this 118 gives him a valuable break of throw against one of his
Fourth leg, it's
closest
Jared to
rivals.
throw first.
And he's now the chief
Game
of
on.
this game. But for how long?
$25.
Jared Cole taking full advantage of the
96.
misses at double from Mike Warburton at the bull, and indeed at tops and tens in the previous leg. It's conceivable that Mike could be 3-0 up,
60.
but the amount of times we could say that after games played, it's incredible. That's an incredible second dart.
140.
Look how much those points were knitted together.
$100.
Steady stuff from Jared. I'd like to say, hit that 118 checkout for only his second ton plus checkout of the week so far.
140.
The biggest 180 hitter of yesterday was Richie Burnett. He got 9 of them. And he finished up in 5th position in the table
59.
yesterday. Where he struggled was
Mike,
on the
you
doubles,
require
only getting
125.
1 out of every 4 shots. Warby has 6 from here. And as much as that bullseye was
65.
inviting to possibly go for 2 bullseyes and finish it that way, he did the right thing in going for the treble 20.
100. Mike, you require 60.
That should be a friend. He can glide it in off the flight, but it dives at the end to give him double 10 again.
50.
And just like the last time he was
Jared,
there with
you
one
require
dart, he drags it inside.
157.
So Cole goes for 57 first and leaves 100 with 2. And Warby can count himself quite fortunate that he's coming back for double 5.
97. Mike, you require 10.
Just got to bounce it in off that one.
Game
And does
shot on the
so
fourth leg.
expertly.
Mike
That really is
Warburton.
a great example of seeing the guide above the double 5, and you see the shake of the flight and the dart that was above it. That's because he used it as a
Fifth
backboard.
leg, it's
It's now
Mike to
2-2.
throw first. Game on.
There's so many comparisons with this sport to others. And that one is a
99.
comparison to basketball, of course. You don't have to hit those perfect 3-pointers with no rim and all net all the time.
95.
Use the backboard to your advantage. If you've got that guide just above a segment and you can deliver a dart underneath a barrel, use it.
60. $96. $95.
I'll be really fascinated to see who's at the top of the table at the end of today. I'm sure there are a lot of people thinking that it could automatically be Jared Cole. Well, if he gets a bad start today in his first couple of games against Warby and Nathan Girvan,
100.
things could be very different by the time we reach noon in a couple of hours. If indeed you are tuning in via the Online Darts YouTube
60.
channel and you'd like to get in touch, please look at our Twitter page on the bottom right hand side of your screen at Darts Live League. You can indeed tweet myself if you wish at the Asset 180.
95.
Read out a few tweets yesterday. Hope you enjoy the action.
59.
We do, of course, have Richie Burnett to come in his first match of the day against Darren Beveridge after this. But it's Cole looking for a 1-1-5.
97.
And misses the double 18 by a good 2 centimetres on the inside, giving Warby a chance for a 3-2 lead. Doesn't get a shot at the bullseye on this occasion.
56.
Jared Cole has got that little quandary of, should
18.
I go for it or split it? It's a go, and it's a hit.
On the fifth flag.
Well, I say
Jared
it's a
Cole.
hit, but it's right in the corner. It's one of those classic dart shots at a double, where if there was a goalkeeper in it, he wouldn't be saving that one. Right in the stanchion.
Sixth flag, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
It is a key break of throw, though, for Jared.
57.
Was looking to do the double over Mike Warburton. And it's one of the things that could come into play tomorrow lunchtime, because if players can't be separated by points when it comes to the end of a group, we do look at leg difference, of course. And we also look at legs won and, of course, the head-to-head record over the 3 days
56.
when it comes to Group A. So if Jared Cole wins this match, he will have already sewn up his head-to-head record with Mike, regardless of what happens with their game tomorrow.
60.
Coincidentally, Jared Cole wasn't just the best on points yesterday, he was the best in leg difference at +8.
180.
As he finds his first maximum of the match, possibly towards the end of this match. His
60.
next challenger in leg difference is indeed Mike Warburton. So if he does win 4-2 here, Jared Cole, not only will Jared's leg difference improve for Group A, he will dent Mike's chances in points and leg difference.
97.
86 away
Jared
from winning
86.
this match. And he's looking pretty confident. Doesn't have to go 18 bull here. But that 5 is
36.
probably because he was caught in two minds.
$99.
Word to the wise, Jared.
Jared require 50.
Get rid of it now, because Mike Warburton is a scrapper and he likes to play it in last leg deciders.
18.
And Jared Cole has given Mike a chance to stay in there
Mike require
via 2 mismatched
104.
darts at double 16. Is he going to take it to leg 7? Double 16. And finds it.
On the sixth flag.
He's proving me right.
Mike Warburton.
Yesterday, all day long, I was saying he's a scrapper. And when given the chance, the 104 checkout, his best checkout of the week so far,
final leg,
he
Mike
does take us to leg
first.
7.
Game on.
This is where, as a dart player, if you're standing in Jared's very large shoes,
60.
you are tested mentally. You've already had the chance of the points, and now you've got to go all the way back to 501 and do all the yard work again.
60.
The aggressor here is Warby. He has the darts, he has the momentum, he has the confidence, and he has a look in his eye right now of someone who is prepared
97.
to dig deep. In games like this, one big treble per visit is very good. But when you pick up 2, just like Jared has, they are invaluable.
60.
And he's very close to taking the darts away from Mike. In fact, I think he's got them already.
92.
I'd say he has, because he has a 1 dart lead now. And by that, I mean he is around 60 points ahead before Mike's visit begins, but that 140 is titanic.
$90. Mike,
It's a nice leave because that treble 17 gives him a very nice, inviting number. He's going to get a shot at it now. How small can Mike make his number?
92.
Very small indeed. So this might be the only chance Jared gets to win this match in the 7th leg, and the chance is gone.
46. Mike, you require 52.
To get within 2 points of Jared at the top of the table, he requires tops.
12.
And he misses 2 match darts. So can Jared Cole carve out 1 or 2 more chances? It's 2. And it's in. Jared Cole survives that one.
Jared Cole.
A brilliant match between our 2 best players in the group from yesterday. And they really did deliver a very, very good contest. As you see the relief on Jared Cole's face as he wins with an 85.49 average. The checkouts were very decent at 44%. Only the couple of 180s from them both, but that was a very, very good 7-leg match. That takes Jared Cole to 12 unanswered points for the week. We're going to get Richie Burnett on camera now, so strap in for this one as he takes on Darren Beveridge in match 3. We now have a 6-point gap at the top of the table, and we're not that far into Group A, but someone's got to mount a challenge to Jared Cole, who is now on 12 points, and the chasing pack are on 6. But Richie Burnett, he's got a lot more work to do than that. He's going to have to get moving as he starts today 10 points behind Jared Cole as it stands. Darren Beveridge from Scotland, a very, very handy player who has now won a couple of Challenge Tour events, one very recently.
It's Richie to throw first.
He's 6 points behind Jared, but someone has got to stand up and get it done today.
$140.
If indeed Jared Cole does repeat what he did yesterday, and everybody else repeats what they did, Jared Cole will have one hand, 1 foot and one side of his body in the finals already after Tuesday. Because he carved out a 4-point gap after Monday.
100.
One game in, he's carved out a 6-point gap, and that will remain if Richie Burnett wins this game here today.
60.
When they played yesterday, it was 4 legs to 3. It was a very good game, full of highlights.
95.
But Richie looked a little bit off yesterday. He wasn't really on his game, but he looked a bit more sprightly this morning. As I saw him, he looked a bit more ready.
60.
So it'll be fascinating to see what we get from Richie in the first couple of games that he plays. This is his first game, And his second one will be match 6, which is against his
80.
fellow countryman, Mike Warburton, who has just suffered defeat to our table topper, Jared.
100. Richie, you require
Tidy
86.
scoring start from Richie as he looks for a 14 dart start.
Game
And that
shot
is
on the
exactly
first
what he
leg.
gets.
Richie
Now,
Burnett.
if you think that that is the perfect start for Richie Burnett, you might be right. And that is a great checkout for him. But he started yesterday with a 14 darter, and it all seemed to go downhill from there. So, just got to keep that going, Richie.
100.
One thing that keeps going through my mind today is that, of course, we lost our great friend Kyle Anderson in the last 24 hours.
57.
But I look at the likes of Darren Beveridge, who I'm really looking forward to watching over the coming seasons. But then I look at Richie Burnett, and I firmly believe
60.
how lucky we are to still have the likes of Burnett and the likes of Martin Adams in our company. Kyle sadly lost at the age of 33. Really does make you think how fortunate we all are to, one, still be here and to be graced by entertainers like Richie and all of our players.
60.
I know everybody's going to be playing and watching today with a great deal of perspective.
94.
It's not just the players as well. The managers, the sponsors, the referees all get very close to the players.
180.
And Richie really is performing.
100.
He has company in the finishing
Richie
zone
require
from Darren Beveridge, but this is a realistic opportunity to break Darren's throat. If he can find 86 again with 2. 1 dart left. And it's very, very good. Whatever
Richie
you
Burnett.
do today, do not leave Richie Burnett on 86. Whether it's with 3 darts or 2 left after 106 start on 20.
Feel like it's Richie to throw
Very,
first.
very good from Richie.
Game on.
He really does look alert,
43.
energised and ready. And that's bad news, not just for Darren Beveridge, but for the rest of the field.
60.
Now, yesterday, when Richie was playing a couple of games, he
96.
did start very vibrantly. But it petered out really badly in the middle of play.
60.
When he was playing against Scott Marsh, he did win by 4 legs to 2. That was his only win of the day. But there were times where he looked really good in the finishing, particularly at the start of matches. But as this portion of the match started to materialise, he would just wane off a little bit.
55.
And he doesn't want to do that today. He wants to keep this going and create even more pressure for Darren. And I just get the feeling that that first dart is going to be key for him today. Look how close they are together.
180.
That is a genius of a 180 from the Prince of Wales.
100.
And that really
Richie
has
require
flipped this leg into his favour.
139.
Could he possibly take out the 139?
Correct.
66 left.
103.
And that leaves double 18 for a very tidy 5 visits. I probably use the word tidy a
59.
bit too much around Richie, but
Richie, you require 36.
he is Welsh, and they love the word tidy.
Game show on
And
the
that
third
is better
leg.
than tidy, because
Richie
3-0
Burnett.
Richie Burnett in no time whatsoever. Just goes to show what kind of mood he is in. And when I spoke to him this morning, I did think that he looked very sprightly.
Fourth leg, it's
He's
Darren
proving
to
it.
throw first. Game on.
45 darts for 3 legs.
140.
That's 100.2, and he has not missed a double.
$82.
Richie, of course, is over the age of 50.
43.
And is eligible to play in the World Seniors next February at the Circus Tavern in Purfleet. If you'd have said to Richie Burnett back in 1995, after winning his first world title, that he wouldn't win another, he wouldn't have believed you, because he was that good.
100.
Doesn't mean to say that he won't pick up a World Seniors title, though. I'll tell you what, when he gets his game going,
140.
he's still an elite talent. And Darren Beveridge has been caused all sorts of issues in this game.
44.
He can't get to a finish, and Burnett is back on a 139 for the second time in the match. I do believe the play there was to go down to the 19s on dart 2, but he's able to find the 60 with dart 3 to set up 56 for the match. And this is not only good news for Richie, but it's good news for Jared Cole, because it keeps Darren Beveridge 6 points away. Tops. And he does not miss one dart at a double in the entire match. An absolute masterclass on the outer ring from Richie Burnett as we get our first ton plus average of the week. A very, very different Richie Burnett today, so watch out for him for the rest of the day. Only 76 from Darren, so he has some improvements to find. Jared Cole will return against Nathan Girvan in match 4, and he could make his point gap at the top even wider. It could indeed be 8 points if he wins again. Everything that has been happening over the course of the last 6 matches for Jared Cole seems to be going his way. And indeed, the results from other matches seem to be going his way as well. Will this one go his way against Nathan Girvan? Yesterday, when they did battle in match number 12, Jared Cole did find a win by 4 legs to 3. It wasn't a classic, But it was a good performance in the end from Jared, who was very much the master of leg 7.
Okay, first leg it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
Quite astoundingly, when looking at the table, at this early stage of Group A, we're not even at the halfway point. I have to emphasise
93.
that. But Jared Cole, if he wins this game against Nathan, he will keep Nathan at the foot of the table on 2 points and put himself on 14.
100.
Which would be 8 points away from Mike Warburton, from Darren Beveridge, and Scott Marsh.
134.
8-point gap after 7 matches played. Now, admittedly, Warburton, Beveridge, and Marsh have to play their game in hand on Jared. But this is a great position for Jared so far.
94.
He is a confidence player. I can't say that from experience. I've spent a bit of time with him. And when his confidence is high,
60.
he is a very hard player to stop. And if he keeps finding that first dart,
140.
there's not many players in this group who are going to live with him.
$97. Jared,
3 darts
40.
to take a 1-0 lead. And
Game
he
shown
only
the first
needs the
leg.
1. You can
Jared
see
Cole.
the confidence in Jared Cole because it's not taking him long to grace the oche. And when he finds that double, it's not a surprise. 1-0 Cole.
Second leg is Nathan to throw first. Game on.
13 dart start is very, very tidy indeed. There I am again with that word tidy.
96.
Should be using a few Aussie words today in tribute to our friend
59.
Kyle. So maybe we should use the word stoked, because that really is a true Aussie way of saying happy.
140.
Nathan Girvan with an early defeat
135.
against Scott Marsh, averaging 86 and 40% on his doubles, which wasn't a bad performance by any means. But people are
84.
raising their game today. In the first batch of matches for each player, we have seen that from most quarters. A performance of the week so far for Marsh, a performance of the week so far for Burnett, and a continuation of good form from Jared Cole in that tight match with Warby by 4 legs to 3. But one thing they say is that winning is a habit.
93. Nathan, you require 136.
Nathan Girvan has not been in the same habit as Jared Cole this week so far.
100.
And as the player with
Jared
the
require
lowest win
140.
percentage, people may be looking towards him as the sacrificial lamb.
58.
You should
Nathan,
be
you require
equalising here
36.
on double 18.
Game
But
shown
he
the
can
second
find double
leg.
9 to draw level
Nathan
at
Girvan.
1-1. And that is a really key double for Nathan, because if he misses that and offers the chance to Jared, he's going to start sprinting. So well done
Third
to
leg is
Nathan
Jared to
Girvan on
throw
stopping him.
first. Game on. $97.
These lads have been playing each other for a number of years in youth tournaments. They're starting to do battle in senior events now.
140.
And maybe Jared's career has gone a little bit more skyward than Nathan's recently.
100.
Of course, with Jared being the current holder of the Modern Amateur Darts World title. But Nathan has made a couple of World Youth Finals
43.
at the Lakeside against Leighton Bennett and Justin Van ter Hau. He did lose them both,
134.
but he was playing against two of the hottest youth talents the world has ever seen.
140. Jared, you require 170.
We're not going to get a second 170 of the week.
56.
Jared Cole might get his second leg of the match here in leg 3. Unless big pressure is applied.
100.
It's
Jared, you
decent
require
pressure.
114.
Treble 18. Really well hit.
Game
And a great
shot in the
tops
third leg.
to continue
Jared Cole.
perfection on the outer ring that we see from the likes of Burnett and Cole. The entire match went by for Richie Burnett against Darren Beveridge, and he did not miss a double. And that trend is continuing for Jared here as he takes a 2-1 lead. And it's 2 doubles from 2.
41.
That's the beautiful thing about playing this format.
134.
Some years ago, we used to play a tournament called the Championship League of Darts. And it would start at 10:30 in the morning and you'd go all the way through to about 8 in the evening. I would play a lot of it. Mark Walsh was there, Mark Webster, a lot of the top guys
75.
used to play in it. But I will never forget playing against Kim Huybrechts. And we were saying to each other at the time
140.
that we couldn't get enough of the practice. It was top level practice. And it was harnessing our strengths.
140.
I just get the feeling that this is doing a lot for Jared Cole right now. In fact, I do believe that this tournament is doing a lot
60.
for a lot of players.
Jared require 152.
We'll get more into that in the next leg because this Jared Cole effort has 6 darts attached.
Yes. 82.
And that's a great switch. It just makes the next task a little bit easier.
134.
That's just
Jared
tapping Jared on the
70.
shoulder to say, I'm still here. But it's double 6.
Yeah.
The ironic smile of someone who didn't mean to leave double 6.
64.
He kisses the wrong side of the wire.
Nathan, you require 83.
Double 16.
Game
That's a
shot on the
really
fourth
fine
leg.
find there from
Nathan
Nathan Girvan. He had to dodge a miss at a double from Jared Cole for the first time in this match. But he takes that 83 with no trouble. And this one's tied up at 4.
It's Jared to throw first. Game on.
Quite ironic, really, that
100.
Jared Cole hit tops on the way to double 6. He can't stop hitting double top even when he doesn't need it.
180.
Nathan Girvan with his first 180 of the match. In fact, it's the first one of either player. That one slipped out of Jared's hand.
132.
But it's a good recovery. But what I was saying about this tournament allowing the players in it to get the practice they need and, of course,
43.
the competitive confidence. All you have to do is look at the UK Challenge Tour Order of Merit. And it is littered with people who have done well here this year. Jim Williams, of course, our Phase 3 champion. Sean McDonald, who's in 3rd position in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. He came 2nd in Phase 2 behind Richie Burnett. And there are many other examples.
105.
Another good approach
Nathan,
from Jared.
138.
But Nathan Girvan is staying in the fight here brilliantly.
58. Jared
Could be key that he did not find the 60 there to leave tops. Because Jared's got it.
Game shot on the
vitally
fifth
does
leg.
take double 10.
Jared Cole.
He does get the second bite at the cherry this time. He only had the 1 shot to take the previous leg. This time he gets the 2. And the second dart is the telling one for 3-2 up.
Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Just a little bit more in that Challenge Tour Order of Merit. You look at the top 16
140.
in that Challenge Tour Order of Merit. You've got Jim Williams, Sean McDonald, Darren Beveridge in 4th, Jamie Clark in 5th, Jim McEwen in 6th. So you can say from the top 6, 5 players have done well at the Online Darts Live League this year. And that's not including
100.
some others like Nathan Girvan, who's in 11th, and Kevin Burnett in 12th. Number 14 in that order of merit, Robert Owen,
49.
of course, has qualified for Champions Week in Phase 4.
$140.
We do have one debutant this week, and that is Connor Scott,
57.
who will
Nathan,
join us on Thursday.
121.
He does so in Group B. As we get a 1-2-1 effort from Nathan Girvan. I expect this to go.
Game shot on the 6th.
He's
flag.
so hot when he gets confidence.
Nathan Girvan.
And it's just predictable stuff from Nathan Girvan when he gets on this type of roll. And for the second day in a row, we are going to a 7th leg between these two brilliant young players. Leg 7 coming in.
Game on.
Can Cole be stopped?
140.
He has the darts and a 140 start. Everybody in the practice room will want Nathan Girvan to win this leg, because they do not want Jared Cole to be 8 points ahead at the top of the table.
45.
Two of his closest challengers will butt heads next in Beveridge and Scott Marsh.
$82.
Jared has a half a dart lead here.
59.
Comes up trebleless and offers Nathan Girvan the chance to get back in touch, which he will. And then some.
135.
That last dart is a good one for Jared Cole. A superb 140 from him. That last dart found a very small portion of what was a particularly closed 60. Both players delivering a magnificent last leg. And this is for the match. Treble 19. At this late stage of this best of 7 match,
87.
neither player has had a match dart. That's how close it's been. But now we get one at the bull.
62.
And it's narrowly missed.
Jared requires 60.
It was not far away. Does Jared Cole win?
Game
yes, he
shot
does.
on the match.
He
Jared
gets to
Cole.
14 points, so his streak of winning continues. It's 7 wins from 7, and for the second time this week, he has dodged match darts from his opponent. It's only the one from Nathan Girvan, but that is a great game of darts. 95 from Cole, 97 from Girvan, his best average of the week, admittedly for losing, but the double stats were brilliant as well. I think overall, nobody would argue that that is the best game we have seen for the week so far. So with that big 8-point gap at the top of the table, who's going to get closer? Is it going to be Beveridge, or is it going to be Scott Marsh? Because they're coming next. Hello and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. It's time for our 5th game of the day, and it's time to see who can get a little bit closer to Jared Cole, who was flying high at 14 points at the top of the table. Let's go down to the board to see whether we can get a challenge from Darren Beveridge or indeed from Scott Marsh. We have had a winning start today from Scott Marsh, who won his first game against Nathan Girvan by 4-2. But Darren Beveridge was on the end of a shellacking by Richie Burnett, who put in a very complete performance, averaging 101.9 and 100% on his doubles in dispatching the very fancied Scotsman. So we now have a definitive favourite at the top of the table, with Jared Cole edging past Nathan Girvan by 4-3, and indeed over Mike Warburton by 4-3 today, putting him 8 points clear
83
at the top of the table. That's the equivalent of 4 matches. If these players do not get a move on, Jared Cole could have this won in this group by this time tomorrow. Scott Marsh will be full of beans.
140.
A week's best performance against Nathan Girvan in match 1, averaging 91.
57.
And 50% of his doubles hit. That is more like it from Scott Marsh, who yesterday really suffered in the early stages.
$86.
He's looked pretty useful so far today, but Darren Beveridge only averaging 76 in his first match has got a lot of work to do.
42.
Just looking at their record for the Online Darts Live League for this year. Beveridge has played 70 matches now and won 37 of them for a win percentage of around 53%. His best individual average in a match of 103.66. That came some time ago. I'm surprised that he hasn't bettered that in the last few months. But Scott Marsh is only going one way. as he
Game shot on
finds
the
a
first
ton
leg.
checkout to start this
Scott
one off.
Marsh.
And he compounds the misery of Darren Beveridge. 5 legs lost out of 5 for Darren so far today, but
Second
it
leg,
is
it's Darren to
purely
throw first.
because his opponents are playing extremely well.
$57.
As far as Marsh's performances are concerned, he's played 56 matches in the Online Darts Live League this year, with 35 wins. Around 62% as a win percentage, and of everybody in this group,
41.
he is the one who has the best win percentage. You might not think that when you look at what has been achieved
60.
by the likes of Cole and Burnett, and indeed Mike Warburton in winning a Group A in Phase 1. But Scott Marsh, when you look at the stats, he's sneaky good. He does pick up
100.
a lot of wins. I said a little bit earlier on today that Mike Warburton is, in my opinion, going to take some stopping to get to the finals. Maybe not through this group, but indeed through Group B or C. But Marsh, in my opinion, if he continues to improve incrementally the way he has from yesterday's early stages to now, and indeed with his track record here,
100.
I'd be very, very surprised not to see him on Saturday night. This is better from Beveridge.
140.
He isn't usually the kind of player that pulls a lot of faces, but he has given us a few frowns over the last 24 hours. Great
121.
adjustment from Scott Marsh. I was actually quite surprised that he chose to go back to the 60 there. Maybe because of the way that the first dart was sitting.
100.
He could have used it as a guide, and he did.
Scott, you require 139.
Beveridge gets himself in a better position than that of Scott Marsh. Now looking for the ideal 99 setup, which he should get now.
119.
Well, it's not a 99 setup, but it is a good leave of double 10. All of a sudden, there is huge pressure on this bullseye for Beveridge.
61.
He misses, and Scott Marsh is on a double that has been rather kind to him. I don't know if that's a help. I don't think it's good because the flight lands flat, and that's covering most of the bed. But boy, oh boy, was that a good dart.
Scott Marsh.
That is one of the best darts we've seen this week. Maybe not as good as Jared Cole's double 8 yesterday, which I'm sure found its way to YouTube in some shape or form, but that was very good.
Game on.
Yes, just to emphasise that double 8 from Jared yesterday, he was kissing the outside wire of the double 8 and covered the
55.
bed. Then he got a wicked deflection with dart 2, and it veered into the whole of the number 8, covering almost the entirety of double 8, and without any hesitation, Jared went up and hit the double 8 anyway. It was an extraordinary shot. It just goes to show when there are obstacles in the way, just like that shot for Scott Marsh, these players can deliver accuracy which
59.
only elite players can. They're the kinds of shots that I really, really like to see.
60.
The blocked beds, the players shooting from angles. They're the shots you remember. Particularly that bullseye that Phil Taylor hit in winning the World Match Play one year on a 132.
140.
The shot that Sid Waddell fabulously christened the Annie Oakley shot.
$60.
Beveridge is in trouble here. He just can't seem to shake his opponents off. Marsh, to me, is looking fresh and motivated. He could well be the closest challenger to Jared Cole come the end of this match. And indeed, maybe by the end of the day. The way that Jared's playing, I can't see him not being top of the table at the end of Tuesday.
64.
But by how much? That's a nice lie if he wants to get a 57 with Dart 2, but he doesn't want to stay there. 85 left, so he could go back to the treble 19 now till he double 14.
94.
He chose the 15 route.
Darren, you require 141.
Might have something to do with the fact that he might not like double 14. It's not for everybody.
85.
Beveridge has only had one shot at a double.
Scott, you require 70.
Not just in this match, but the entire day. That's double top for Marsh.
Game
and that
shown
is
the
a great
leg.
70 checkout from Scott,
Marsh,
who really, really is looking quite ruthless. And Darren Beveridge has got a very sore solar plexus right now because he's lost 7 straight legs today.
Darren to throw first. Game on.
He has upped his average
41.
by a good 7 points in this match, has Darren, from his game against Richie. But that is no match for Scott, who is consistently around that 90 to 91 range. The impressive thing, too,
41
is the 50% on the doubles. From a visit perspective, it's been much better than that.
58.
You may think, at which point does a player reckon they are playing Thursday and Friday and they are no longer in with a chance of winning Group A? Well, if Darren was to lose this match and the next one, I think
24.
He may well be thinking, maybe I'm going to have to play Thursday and Friday. What you've really got to do is treat these games like knockout games. Play them like you haven't got another chance. And the chasing pack are going to have to do that, because if there are no mistakes coming from Jared Cole,
81.
He's not going to look back. And it's all well and good that we can say that Richie Burnett has started like an absolute legend that he is. But he's coming from a 2-point start yesterday. He's only on 4 points, and whoever wins this match will be on 8. Back in touch is Marsh. And if Beveridge slips up one more time, Marsh will be in possibly. But that's a great first start. That's perfect. And a very well-deserved 140 there. That is indeed his 4th 140 plus score of this match. And he has thrown better in that department than Marsh. But back he comes. And he leaves a handy number just in case Darren Beveridge can't take care of this Motown shot. That leaves double 10. And I believe he missed that double 10 because he didn't think he was going to have to go for it with the second and third darts. This is a great chance for Marsh. And he's got 2 darts at double 8 to finish the job. A superb display on the finishing from Scott Marsh. And I don't know what Darren Beveridge has done to his opponents today, but they are not looking back when they get a lead. A wonderful display from Scott on the finishing. As you can see, 57% really is something to look at. 89.73 is a good average. Not as good as his previous match, but it's a very good thing that he is now in second place on his own in the table. That's 5 matches down, so 1/3 of our action has been completed. As we go into the middle portion of our matches today, It's now time for a Welsh derby with Burnett versus Warburton. Mentioned a lot yesterday about the fact that 2021 was coming up Welsh in every facet of the game, whether it was World Number 1, World Champion, Masters, Premier League, or indeed a Sporty Stuff TV champion, which we will see next with Richie Burnett. Not to mention the fact that he won Phase 2. Will it be another Welsh winner in Phase 4? Because it was in Phase 3 with Jim Williams. No matter where you look, this year, Welsh darts is shining. And this is our all-Welsh clash for the day. We've just seen a 4-0 victory for Scott Marsh over Darren Beveridge. And we saw a 4-0 for Richie Burnett against Beveridge in match 3. Well, yesterday, when these two duelled on the oche, it was 4-0 to Mike Warburton. I think it's fair to say that things might be a little bit different this time.
Okay, first leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
I have indeed been wrong before, but everybody seems to be a little bit sharper today, particularly Richie Burnett.
60.
Warby on 6 points for the week is now in 3rd position. Richie Burnett is currently on 4 points and is still in 5th. So he needs to keep winning if he has any sort of chance of stopping Jared Cole
60.
at the top. It may well be because of yesterday's 2-point effort that Richie has to be perfect today and indeed perfect tomorrow to stand any chance.
180.
He was perfect in his first game. And if he has another performance like that, Warby's going to have to find something of the ilk that we have seen from him this year, because he, out of everybody in this field, has the best, personal best, single game average of 2021. Indeed,
100.
It is 111.33. The next best comes from Richie Burnett of 109.31.
100. Richie
does not look in a charitable mood. He looks like a very hungry tiger. Is he looking at the bull?
89.
He leaves double 16. That's the professional side of his brain saying, don't go for the bull. Give yourself 3 clean shots at double 16. And I believe that was the right thing to do
85.
with an opponent on 181.
Richie, you require 32.
To start with a break of throw. He needs double 8. He thought that was in. He gave it the old, I thought it was in lean, but that one definitely is in.
Richie Burnett.
Don't underestimate just how difficult that third dart is, because he was bending over a bit like one of those office toys that bend over, thinking that double 16 was in. The double 8 was.
Game on.
It's very difficult to respond after thinking a double is in, because you get this little surge of adrenaline. And then you realise, oh, it's not in. So then you get this feeling in your pit of your stomach, as if to say, oh, now I've actually got to hit it again. Just goes to show how good Richie Burnett can be in spots like that. I mentioned yesterday that his brain looked a bit frazzled. He looked a bit lost. A bit like a dog chasing a car.
41.
But today, he looks like the person driving the car. And he's driving very fast.
'81.
I mentioned that year of Welsh darts. Well, Wales have had a lot to say about the history of the game.
140.
A lot of that to do with Richie's efforts. Of course, the first world champion was Welsh and Leighton Rees. I still remember having Leighton Rees flights as a kid. They were grey, pear-shaped.
100.
I wish I still had those flights. They were extraordinary. It had Leighton's face on them as well. If anybody's got a picture of those flights, because I'm sure there are some real darts anoraks out there.
100.
If you've got a picture of those flights, if you could send me a picture, I'd really appreciate it. At the Asset 180 on Twitter, and don't be afraid to get in touch today. I think we could all do with a bit of cheering up.
60.
I've just seen a heartbreaking tweet from Damon Hetter about his close friend Kyle Anderson. And if Damo is watching today, our hearts go out to you, and indeed to Kyle's family.
40. Mike, you require 120.
Shanghai up top. Because indeed, Shanghai is a treble, single
60.
and double of any segment, not just 20.
Richie, you require 80.
Burnett does have options here. The professional option is going for the 61st. That's a very tidy single now. It was a bit close to the 60.
Game
and that is beautifully done.
Richie Burnett.
Just great finishing from Richie Burnett today. He's making good choices. And when he's getting a little bit of fortune, like he did with that second dart, he is taking full advantage of it.
First. Game on. $100. 43.
Other things to talk about in Welsh darts history, of course. What about Jamie Lewis's run to the semi-final of the World Darts Championship, where he was the person that Phil Taylor defeated
60.
last in his career in a World Championship, of course. And this is a story I love to tell, because when Jamie lost that semi-final, he was rather despondent. But he got the dartboard from that semi-final, and Phil Taylor signed it. That was the 30th of December.
100.
That game. And of course the final was against Rob Cross 2 days later. And Phil Taylor signed that board for Jamie Phil Taylor, 16.5.
60.
Now, if you don't know what that means, it means that he's won 16 world titles and he's put 0.5 because he's halfway to another one. Well, he didn't win the final, and I firmly believe that's the only dartboard that Phil ever signed 16.5.
180.
I love telling that story.
$100. Mike requires 61.
This is a really nice answer from Mike. He doesn't have 16.5 points left, but he does have 36.
43.
He offers a little carrot to Richie Burnett
require
here.
158.
Richie fancies it. As well he should. Oh, look at this. Double 19. Oh, he gave it a try.
139.
At least it wasn't
Mike
short.
require 18.
And Mike Warburton's mouth was full of heart there. Double 4. It was good to him yesterday.
10.
But not on this occasion.
Richie require 19.
He's gone for 11 for double 4 to show Mike where it is.
11.
But he can't find it.
Mike require
What a
8.
chance missed for Burnett to break the throw a second time. That's awkward now. He only has the bottom portion of the bed to aim at
score.
because the second flight was in the way.
Richie require 8.
So he's not just good, he's getting fortune. Desmond.
6.
Can't find 2 2s.
Mike require
He will feel
8.
mad now that he's in the house.
Game
Double
on the
4
third
is
leg.
eventually found by Mike Warburton, and he can now exhale with a little bit of relief that he is now in the match. He should be 3-0 down, but he's now 2-1 down and still in this match.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on. 96.
Will those misses at double start to dent the confidence, the early confidence of Richie Burnett today? In order to answer that, you have to watch Richie on the right-hand side of your screen. You have to see what kind of reaction or initial feelings he exudes with his gesticulations.
100.
He will always grit his teeth, like he did just there after an effort towards the dartboard, but he's always very intriguing to watch at the back of the room when his opponent is throwing.
100.
He just seems a lot calmer today, in my opinion.
41.
Maybe the fact that he's played well so far today has got a lot to say about that. But he has missed 8 dots at a double in this match, and just get the feeling that he's a bit frustrated
82.
after those misses. Indeed, Mike has missed 8 dots at a double as well in this encounter.
$55.
And that back leg kick is starting to find its way into the third dart, which is a good sign for Warby.
59.
He just doesn't seem to be able to find his A game this week. Best average so far of 88.68 this week. And that is indeed the 5th.
97. Mike require 160.
Of the best averages of an individual player from yesterday. That's a great first dart though.
100. Richie require
through
112.
first in this fourth leg is in a somewhat defensive position. And he's going to have to rely on misses from Warburton again if he wants to get to 3.
60. Mike, you require 60.
That's a good single. Nice and clean is this tops.
Game shot on the 4th
And he made it look very clean
Mike
indeed.
Warburton.
Warburton takes out the 2-darter, and this match has been flipped around. You would hope for Richie's sake that this is not going to be just like yesterday, where he was good early, but started to peter out in legs 3 and 4.
First. Game on.
He's lost the impetus. And of course, he had the chance for 2 breaks and a 3-0 lead.
100.
He is now suffering at 2-2 because Warburton has the throwback. And all of a sudden, he gives us a 360.
45.
And more signs of frustration. This game, I tell you, it really, really does frustrate you sometimes.
100.
It's a game of microns and millimeters. And when it's not going your way, it's like trying to beat a bronze statue
57.
at a headbutting contest. But when it's going right, it's like trying to fly a kite in a wind tunnel. It's just
60.
easy. That's better from Burnett. That gets him back in this 5th leg. But it puts him on a tricky number. And this is where we have to analyse the counting abilities
81.
of the player, depending on what they hit with their first dart. Now he has to go south because
95.
now he finds his way to 164 fortuitously, but by going with the 60 shot on dart 2, he was in a position of maybe leaving a bogey number
100.
there. So if he takes
Richie,
this 164 under pressure,
164.
he can count the fact that he hit the treble 5 very, very fortuitously. He's not going to get a shot at the bullseye.
88 left.
Even Warburton is scratching his forehead here. They're both working super hard.
Mike, you require 60.
He has to repeat the act from the last leg. He's got the clean single. And he has the tops again.
Leg.
So don't leave Mike Warburton on 60 because he knows how to do that one very well. Not once, but twice. And he now has the 3-2 lead with Richie Burnett throwing first next.
6th leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on. .58.
Match averages do tell a bit of a story. Burnett 83.55. Warburton 81 dead.
85.
In fact, this match can pretty much be separated by 1 or 2 darts at a double. 2 hits from 10 for Richie, 3 from 11 for Warby. So they're very similar. So they really can only be separated by that last check out from Mike.
60.
Today does have a little bit of a different feel about it. The first 9 matches of yesterday failed to bring us any 4-0 scorelines. Today we've already had 2.
123.
Lots of people tweeting me yesterday saying that they very much enjoy Burnett Cam because we tend to follow him around the room because he is just so great to watch. But from another perspective, I can absolutely confirm that he's a nightmare to play.
140.
You cannot watch what he does if you're going to succeed. I've played him in the World Cup. I've played him in Players' Championship events.
60.
You've just got to look at something
Richie
else when he throws.
83.
Because he's like a jack in a box. 32 left. And we are going
the
all the way
flag.
in this one. And I do
Richie
believe
Burnett.
that this game deserves that. It was a really good treble 17. But as you can see, he finds that double 8 for the second time in this match after missing 32. And we are now going to the wire with Warby throwing first.
$140.
As far as starts are concerned, in a last leg shootout, that is very, very good indeed. You would take 140 99.9% of the time. And look at this. I mentioned a little bit earlier in his first match that taking him to leg 7 is a dangerous, dangerous concept. Jared Cole still came through the 7th leg in match 2 against Warby, but he had to have a very good leg to do it. It's Warburton this time, who has the darts. He has the start. And he looks like he's going to leave a finish as well. Actually, he's not. Usually, I would not criticize someone for doing that with the 19s, but with Richie's position, I don't think it's as big a deal.
81.
He's guaranteeing himself 6 darts from 163, and it's looking very likely at this stage that he's going to do it in possibly less than that. This is a masterful last leg shootout. And Burnett gets a maximum to leave himself with a flake in it. Warburton for tops to win the match and does so, and double top for him in that game was his double. He hit it 3 times, twice on 60 checkouts, and if you look at the averages, well, it's just been corrected to 83.76, but averages mean absolutely nothing when it comes to points, because Warby, who had the better checkered percentage, he's the one who comes through and gets the 2 points. So everybody's played 2 matches now, so we go into the 3rd matches for everyone, and we're going to see Jared Cole once again. He's up against Darren Beveridge, who has not won a leg today. It is indeed very fair to say that these 2 players coming up in match number 7 have had contrasting fortunes for Tuesday so far. One is looking to re-establish an 8-point gap at the top of the table. Jared Cole has had everything go his way so far, and if he maintains his unbeaten run this week to 8 games, then he will re-establish that 8-point gap. And his 2 closest challengers in the table are now sitting on 8 points. The 21-year-old from Hertfordshire, Right-hander, of course,
Okay, first
using a
against Darren to
23
throw
gram
first.
dart, which I can confirm
Game
to you is
on.
quite a long barrel as well.
$140.
He's been shown the way by Beveridge, who starts with a 140, but has not so far today hit a double.
96.
It's not that he's had that many shots at a double, because in his first 2 matches, which he lost 4-0, he only got 3 shots at a double
60.
against Scott Marsh in match 5, and he got no shots at a double against Richie Burnett in match 3. So therein lies the
58.
issue, getting to the double. Now, when he gets going, Darren Beveridge can score with
60.
the best of them. But this is probably the worst match for him right now.
134.
Trying to just get a leg and potentially a win against the best player in this group. But maybe he could play with a little bit of
121.
freedom here, because he's sitting in the table on 6 points, currently 8 points behind Jared Cole.
81.
He might not feel like he's
Darren,
under
you require
pressure anymore. Maybe all the
120.
pressure's on Cole. And if that's his mindset,
100. Jared, you require
I think it's pretty accurate.
132.
Cole's looking for a break of throw here. If he gets a 57, he would have got a shot at the bullseye for it.
60. Darren, you require 20.
Double 10 for Beveridge. Getting closer.
Game shot on
And
the
finally,
first leg.
he gets himself
Darren
a double.
Beveridge.
And there you have a little bit of an ironic celebration. I defy any dart player not to do that if it takes them, well, 3 games to get their first double of the day. So Darren Beveridge,
Second
I
against
salute you.
Jared to throw first. Game on. $100.
I think it's fair to say that with my experience in this beautiful sport of darts,
180.
it's pits and troughs. It's losing games, it's winning games, it's sometimes drawing
68.
games in the way of the Premier League, of course, but we're all a family and we all try to look after each other. And you don't like
60.
to see players constantly getting bageled. You want to see some sort of resistance from them. And it's great to see Darren smiling after that maximum.
60.
And indeed, that hit a double 10. And I think more than most years,
123.
we are coming together as a darting family, because we have welcomed our fans back in 2021. We've unfortunately
59.
lost Kyle today.
Darren, you require
We've lost the great Andy
138.
Fordham as well.
$26.
Everybody has been challenged the last couple of years in their own small ways. And Jared Cole is being challenged for his unbeaten reign.
135. Darren, you require 112.
7 wins out of 7. But it might not be 8, because Darren Beveridge is on tops here
Game
and
shot on the
takes
second
112
leg.
out.
Darren
What
Beveridge.
a wonderful checkout that is. That is indeed, I believe, his best checkout of the day. Of course
Third
it
leg
is,
is
because it's
Darren
only
to
his
throw
second
first.
leg of the day.
Game on.
I'm completely forgetting about his 160 checkout from yesterday. How dare I?
83.
If indeed you are tuning in
134.
from the streaming services of your favourite bookmaker, we do welcome you alongside the viewers on YouTube. If you are
100.
choosing to have a little bit of a gamble today, please do so responsibly. Please remember, it is for people over the age of 18 only, and
57.
begambleaware.org for more information. Please do gamble responsibly. We cannot emphasise that enough.
58.
That's the perfect first dart. That's what Jared has been searching for. And look what happens when he finds it. He just guarantees himself a good visit with that first dart as a backboard.
Jared require 170.
But he's in genuine trouble here. He might need this. And he might get it.
145.
Great chance.
Darren, you require 120.
But it's a valuable miss with Beveridge sitting on something similar to the last leg. He can't take this one.
60. Jared, you require 25.
It's double 8, but only just.
Game
and that is a superb double 8. I did say that word superb twice because it really did deserve it. He's becoming a bit of a master at finding that double 8 from the angle because he did have to scooch to the right to hit that
Jared
one.
to throw first. Game on.
There's a word that darts commentators don't use enough.
99.
Scooch. Because when you move across the oche to create the angle for a double, you have to scooch.
140.
You have to glide. And there are certain players within the game who are better at scooching and gliding than others. I'd have to say
100.
Mervyn King and Peter Wright, and possibly James Wade, are the best people at moving across the oche that I've seen in my career.
60.
But I'd like to thank a couple of people on Twitter this morning for sending some absolutely sublime photographs to me to remind me of how incredible those Leighton Rees flights were back in the day. They've sent me some photographs of those marvellous
46.
pear-shaped flights with Leighton Rees's face on. We've got Ewan, who has sent me them.
96.
And, of course, Rick has as well. Aren't they a glorious thing? I just love looking at old darts kit.
59. Jared to require 108.
He's looking at the 19s. And again, he scooches this time to the left. And double 16
76.
is missed, but he is afforded that miss.
$140.
He can't afford to miss this time.
Jared, you require 32.
Hit this, and he will have reeled in Darren Beveridge after 4. That's not good.
Yes.
But double 8 is open. And it's a very good hit on double 8 once again.
Jared Cole.
There was a bit of a pause between dart 2 and 3 there because he was alarmed at how poor darts 1 and 2 were. So that's a great shot from Jared.
Fifth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Just going back to those pictures that were sent to me on Twitter about the Leighton Rees flights.
60.
There is a bit of a market, I believe, for people collecting old equipment. Indeed, I do have some old darts in their original cases from the 60s and 70s. Some of the cases are made of the old material of Bakelite.
60.
I know my friend Tony Martin from Ellesmere Port in Cheshire. He's a collector of old kit as well. We've exchanged
60.
a few pictures over the years of some of our collection. That's the good thing about tungsten products, or indeed brass
100.
from yesteryear. It tends to stick around for a while. But I love the fact that there are people out there who collect this kind of thing, and we can look back on them with fondness. Jared Cole didn't look at the first 2 legs with fond memories, but since then he has been the better player.
99.
That last dart puts him in a very good position to possibly take the lead.
99.
It's a good lay up from Darren.
Jared, you require
Somewhat
68.
unfortunate not to leave something smaller. Cole gets 1 dart to break.
52.
And again on double 16 he fails.
Darren, you require 100.
He now has to hold his breath and hope that Darren does not find 2 double tops. But he's got the 60 for double 10. and
Game
finds
shot
it.
on the 5th flag.
A superb checkout
Darren
from Ice
Beveridge.
Cold. And that probably is the best checkout of this match. With all due respect to his previous Ton Plus checkout, that one, I feel, was just a little bit better because the pressure was more intense.
100.
Very easy to assume that the person at the top of the table by
91.
quite some way against Darren Beveridge, who has been bageled twice today, you think that maybe Jared is going to walk this. Well, it's just not that simple.
57.
These guys are good at going back to the practice room, brushing themselves down and figuring something out.
45.
But Cole has responded very well after losing that 5th leg. A leg that could have put him within one of victory. But now he's the one who was defending somewhat. Has to move south.
82.
He does so with effect. Even the single would have left him a finish there. Intelligent from Darren, using the 25 to get to 167. Cole is now forced to go for the 418s in bull. Well, he wants the 54, but he can't see it.
86.
That is such good thinking.
Darren,
and yet again, he shows us how good a counter he is. But is this... Oh, I was just about to say, is this for the match?
139.
Well, double 14 will
Jared
be if Jared does not
36.
find double 18.
Game
But he
shot on the
does
6th flag.
in what has been a very,
Jared Cole.
very good game indeed. I'm just going to deviate my vision for a second to look at the averages. Cole around 90 and Darren Beveridge around 87. It's tightly packed,
7th
and the
final
scoreline
leg, it's Darren to
confirms
throw
that.
first. Game on. $100.
Darren Beveridge has put up such a good fight in this game. And this is the remarkable thing about what has happened with Jared Cole over the last couple of days.
70.
Yes, he's won 7 straight matches. But let's look a little closer at it. He's won 4-3, 4-3, 4-1, 4-3, 4-3, 4-3,
119.
and 4-2. There's a lot of 4-3s in there. He has been perfect in this spot
83.
all week long. As far as holding it together is concerned,
100.
you have to tip your cap to him.
$81.
And it was 4-3 yesterday between these two. A very similar game, where both averaged over 90.
100.
And they both had their best performance of the day when playing against each other. It is Cole who gets the first chance to win it.
Jared, you require 112.
It's a safe 20, an excellent 60. And double 16 has cost him in this game, not once,
Darren, you
not
require
twice,
80.
but 3 times. Beveridge, who took out 100 to get to 3-2, gets 1 shot at tops
60.
and misses a match dart. And the one big mistake from
Jared,
Ice
you
Cold is
require
that he's left
16.
Jared Cole on double 8. A double that is very good to him. And it is once again. And for the second
Jared
day
Cole.
in succession, Darren Beveridge loses to Jared Cole by 4 legs to 3. It's a very similar game to what we had yesterday. Average-wise, pretty much 2% down for both players, but good on the doubles. And for the rest of the field, really, really bad news, as 8 wins out of 8 sees Jared Cole at 16 points, 1.5 days into Group A. He's going to take some stopping. As far as the next game is concerned, we've got young Nathan Girvan of Scotland taking on Mike Warburton. And if Nathan doesn't start winning soon, he's going to remain in the bottom 3 of the table. is the middle match of today's schedule. 15 games in total, of course. So this is match number 8. So I hope you've had the kettle on so you can sit down and watch Mike Warburton against Nathan Girvan. Only 18 years of age. But it feels like he's been around a long time, because we've seen plenty of him over the last 4 or 5 years. Double his age. Sorry, Mike. It's just how it worked out with the maths there. 18-year-old against a 36-year-old.
First, like it's Nathan to throw
but
first.
The man who is double Nathan's age is in a better position in the table. He's currently in 3rd position on 8 points. 2nd position being held by Scott Marsh currently on leg difference. So at this middle portion of Group A, let's have a look at the table. Cole on 16 points, way in front.
140.
Warburton and Marsh on 8 points. Darren Beveridge still on 6 points. Burnett on 4 and Girvan on 2.
56.
2 players currently without a win today. Nathan Girvan, one of those players, the other being Darren Beveridge, who has played 3 times.
85.
This is indeed Nathan's 3rd game. So when the Scottish Derby comes around, it could well be that is for their first win. Coincidentally, the Scottish Derby will take place in match 10 in 2 games' time.
45.
Sandwiched between that and this is Richie Burnett and Scott Marsh.
$58.
Really do hope you're enjoying the coverage today. I know the players are enjoying their time here at the Online Darts Live League. All hoping to be in finals on Saturday night, which will be live on Sporty Stuff TV. Channel 437 on your Skybox. Come Saturday night at 10, and indeed Sporty Stuff TV will be showing the coverage of Group B on Thursday and Friday night from 10 p.m. Still available on YouTube if you are tuning in internationally. Not the worst dart, that one for Warby, because he's got to hit one at some point.
100.
So Nathan looking for a ton and gets the treble out the way.
90.
Doesn't find the outer ring.
Mike require 90.
This would sting Girvan if Mike finds it. Is he looking at the bullseye here? Does he want to go for another 25? Or he should go for 15s, and he gets it because the lie's beautiful.
65.
Just under pitches it by 2 millimeters.
Nathan, you require 10.
That was a courageous try from Warby. 1 dart at double 2 to get this first leg.
8.
And too often over the last couple of days,
Mike required 25.
Nathan has not found the outer ring with multiple tries. 2 8s.
Game show on the
found
first
by
leg.
Warby for
Mike
a break
Warburton.
of throw in 20 darts, and he's just taking care of business as and when he gets the opportunity. When they played yesterday, it wasn't a classic, but Warburton still got the win.
Mike to throw first. Game on.
Yes, yesterday's game saw both players average 77 and both around the 30% on the doubles mark.
95.
We've started in the same vein in this match, so there's plenty of room for improvement. But there was a point that I made yesterday which I thought was very apt.
42.
If you take Jared Cole's match with Scott Marsh as the first game of yesterday as an example, they will have played their first match of the week. They might have been a little bit cold, a little bit nervous.
81.
But when they play each other today, they will have done so after 14 matches have taken place. And indeed, they've played 4 matches previously.
60.
So it's a very different dynamic. But with this game being number 8, right in the middle of the schedule, they played in match 8 yesterday and are playing match 8 today. So what we're seeing is a match
59.
with exactly the same time frame, the amount of games they've played, and the amount of time they've been awake. So, for me, this 8th game
41.
is experimentally the best one to watch. There's a fascinating insight into how I think and how I overthink this
60.
game sometimes. Warburton's going to be reeled in here.
140.
Only 12 in front now, but still has the darts. And they do say that when you break the throw with however many darts it was, in his case 20, it's not a break a throw
100.
unless you hold in the next one. A closet, or a classic match play saying that one.
96. Mike require 106.
Treble 18 should be the target now.
Yep. 58.
Steady approach,
Nathan, you
but
require
he has to dodge
122.
4 18s and bull here from Nathan. And that is not the best single because he can't see the 54 and he has no other option. Gave it a really good try.
56. Mike require 48.
Mike looking to get to the halfway point here in this best of 7 match, of which all the games are. Oh, and he busts the lot. Yesterday, Nathan Girvan was the boss of that.
66.
He did it multiple times. And he's halved his score there. But you can't finish on 33. Well, not with one dart anyway.
32 left.
You can finish 32 though.
34.
And he gives Mike Warburton a second try at 48.
48.
Double 16.
Game shot
Very
the
well
second
found.
leg.
It was disguised by that first dart, but it just goes to show how much he can use that first dart to sneak that second effort in. And for the second time of asking, 48 is good for a 2-0 lead.
Throw first. Game on. $140.
I was saying a lot yesterday about the infancy of Nathan's career. I don't believe that we should put a lot of pressure on players of his age. We've seen the likes of John Brown
41.
and Keane Barry play in the Live League last year. They've gone on to get tour cards and are doing very good things. But at the age of 18, just let them play.
180.
Just let us see what they can do. And then over the course of maybe 4 or 5 years, give them some tutelage. Let them gain experience. Not everybody can be judged
100.
like Michael van Gerwen winning the World Masters at the age of 17. Yes, we will get some frightening talents at very early ages, like Leighton Bennett, who won the Cambridgeshire Open at the age of 12. That statistic still frightens
60.
me.
Nathan, you require 138.
Plenty of time to negotiate this 138. And isn't it interesting that the Keith Della route for 138 is becoming less
64.
fashionable? Everybody seems to go 2 treble 19s now. You may ask why, and maybe we can delve into that at some point.
100. Nathan, you require 74.
The main thing right now is for Nathan to take 74. He's got 6 darts for it. He doesn't have to go for the bull. And decides not to, showing a very old head on young shoulders there. Lining up double 16 and backing himself for the next visit.
100. Nathan, you require 32.
Double 16 it is. And double 8 is obscured just a little bit,
On the
but
third
not
leg.
enough.
Nathan
Beautifully
Girvan.
taken there by Nathan Girvan, who is now 2-1 down, and he's at the foot of the table Not just in today's table, but in the
Well,
overall
it's
Group
Mike
A
to throw
table.
first.
He's got a lot of work to do.
Game on.
You could say, though, that the pressure's off him. He can just play now and accept where he's at and enjoy every game as it comes.
140.
I was racking my brain yesterday, just looking at Nathan's hairstyle,
59.
because it reminded me of someone, and I couldn't for the life of me, on yesterday's coverage of the Online Darts Live League, think who it was. But last night it came to me. You might ask, well, what does the asset do when he's finished
100.
commentating on the Online Darts Live League when he goes home? Well, I do indeed do a bit of exercise, and I was doing a bit of yoga last night, and in the middle of my yoga workout, it came to me. He looks like Philip Oakley from the Human League. So I'm sure there are some Twitter folk out there right now, probably tapping on their keyboard, thinking, who's Philip Oakley? Well, he was the lead singer of the Human League. And he used to have a hairstyle like that back in the early 80s.
100. Mike require 161.
A little bit before Nathan was born, because he was born in the 21st century.
$65.
Sensible from Mike Warburton, leaving the two data. It's his turn to meander towards the finishing line in a leg. That's what Nathan
42.
did in leg number 3.
Mike require 96.
Mike's got plenty of time to negotiate this number. Looks tidy. It's tidy.
On the 4 flag.
It's a number that
Mike
every
Warburton.
professional dart player likes. And when you take it in 2, it just fills you full of confidence, because you can't do it any better than that.
Nathan
A beautiful checkout from Mike.
Game on.
To further add fuel to the flame that I ignited about yesterday's
43.
game being a somewhat late 70s match in the averages, that's exactly what we're getting again. Nathan averaging 75, Warburton 78.
140.
Mike does not care about averages. He is a somewhat intrinsic player because he likes to play well.
100.
He likes the feeling of playing well. But wins are what get you points here. We've already seen good performances that have lost today. Nathan Girvan, who averaged 97.35 and 50% on his doubles in match 4 against Jared Cole, lost that match 4-3. So that proves that point.
140.
If indeed Mike Warburton wants to win 4-1 and fluff his leg difference to +6, he's going to have to get a move on.
100. 96.
Switch, and he leaves himself that 1-2-2 once again. This is where 105 is your minimum score, really.
99.
And he goes aggressive.
Nathan, you require
105 would have left a double to finish, whereas the 86 is a guaranteed bull most of the time. It is the bull that Nathan gets a shot at and takes.
On the 5th flag.
A superb checkout from Nathan Girvan. He has a personal best in the Online Darts Live League this year of 1-3-2, but 1-2-2 is good enough to get 3-2 down in this best of 7 match. We did indeed get 2 players getting their biggest checkout of the year yesterday. One was Darren Beveridge on 160, and the other was Marsh. Again, emphasising that he can hit the 170 because that was the second time he's hit it.
140.
Nathan Girvan with the smallest checkout personal best of the year of 132. Mike,
100.
his best being 161. All of a sudden, when he gets his tail up, Nathan Girvan is a very dangerous customer.
100.
Steady from Warburton. That's what you get from him pretty much all the time. He doesn't deviate a lot from the desired line of the throw.
100.
But he's going to need possibly 2 trebles here to worry Nathan's position. And when they played yesterday, Warburton won by 4 legs to 2.
59. Nathan, you require 100.
I get the feeling we are going to go to leg 7 here. That leaves 71. And he can line up tops
81.
very easily. And over the last 2.5 legs, the player against the throw has won the
60.
leg
Nathan, you require 40.
with some comfort. Double 10.
Game show.
Very tidy find there from Nathan Girvan, who hits a 14 darter and gives himself the chance of winning his first match of the day if he wants to get that. He has 1 leg to go, and that is leg 7 coming up.
7th and final leg. It's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
What a start.
180.
He gives it the full Richie Burnett grimace. And the averages have gone up above 80 now for both players.
81.
That's a key last start for Mike. Just clings on to Nathan's position. But the destiny of this game is no longer in his hands.
45.
It may be if he gets a 140 here, though. Such a good grinder. Such a good player under pressure situations. And that comes from winning BDO tournaments in short format darts.
121.
Only 18 months removed from winning his last ranking event in the Isle of Man, where he beat Martin Adams. And he finds 2 treble 20s for the 2nd visit in a row to stay in touch with Nathan. Terrific.
97.
Really, really good stuff from Nathan Girvan, who was praying for a shot at the 58 that he has left. He might not get a shot at it. And Warburton so close on the big out.
78 left. 133.
Will he breathe again? He's only gone and left double 12 after 12, but he didn't have the darts. Is that the separator in this match? Double 10 again. Yes, it is. And Nathan Girvan gets a smile and a hug from Mike Warburton. That was a terrific match of darts. They are 1-1 for the week. And you can see the averages are much improved from yesterday by a good 8 or 9%. The doubles checkouts are actually really decent. The highest checkout of 122. How much did that fluff the confidence of Nathan Girvan as he gets his 2nd win of the week? We're about to see more of Richie Burnett. I'm sure you can't wait for that. And he's up against Scott Marsh next. And welcome back. We are now firmly into the second half of today's Online Darts Live League. Group A, of course, it is week 2 of Phase 4. We have some players into the finals, and we are getting very close to finding out if anybody can challenge Jared Cole in this group. Richie Burnett and Scott Marsh will follow. How old were you when Richie Burnett won that world title back in 1995? I, in turn, was 15. And I remember it very, very well. Scott Marsh, the 38-year-old from Kent.
Okay, first thing it's
the
Richie
lovely town
to throw
of Warburton.
first. Game on.
Which isn't that far from London, actually. Just about half an hour on the train into the great London Bridge Station.
45.
Scott, who is well travelled with the soft tip brand of darts, plying his trade at steel tip very, very well today.
57.
He's picked up 2 wins from 2, and in his 3rd match of the day, if he can take out Richie Burnett, he will keep
43.
Richie on 4 points, 12 points adrift of the table topper Jared Cole. But in turn, if he does win this one, Scott, he will get within 6. I can't believe I'm saying get within 6 at this stage of the group.
39.
But Marsh with a win here in his 8th match of the group would be the 2nd player to double
60.
figures. As we go into the final games of the day, we will keep you up to date with a graphic on the screen at the start of matches to see how the table is materialising.
60.
But this game from yesterday was won by Richie Burnett. It was a good game. Both averaging 91, and the difference was Richie's finishing. He was 50% to Scott's 28. We've just had 3 games go all the way, where Burnett lost out to Warburton, Beveridge lost out to Cole, and we've just seen Nathan Girvan take care of Richie's
81.
countryman by 4 legs to 3 in the middle match. But Richie's trying to get back on the horse here, because earlier in the day he was extremely good. Second game, not so good. He was involved in a scrap with his countryman Mike. Now he just wants to get back to normal.
140.
A lot of these players now are playing for position because they're just not going to catch Jared Cole. Treble 19.
53.
Scott Marsh has had some great finishes so far this week. 137, 170. There have been some others, but there's not going to be a 124. See Richie in the background there, giving it the full Mark Wahlberg.
60.
Leaning on the wall, giving it the model pose. Double 10.
Game
and
shot
finds that for the first leg. Holding
Burnett.
in 7 visits. So it's not a classic leg, but it is a settler for him. He has had some trouble on the outer ring since that first game of the day, but no trouble there.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
It was at this stage yesterday where I posed a question to our audience.
140.
I got some really great replies, including Phil Bars, who came back and said he would love to have seen, or love to see, Paul Lim play here. I said, of anybody, who would you like to see here? And this morning, when I was given the tragic news about Kyle Anderson, I immediately remembered that when we were talking about that, I said Kyle. I said I would love to see him back here
41.
with that Aboriginal shirt, with that beautiful action and that big smile.
60.
I know we're all hurting today because of that tragic news. And it will take some time to sink in. But we really should remember someone who has brought a lot of smiles to a lot of faces over the years.
100.
There are a lot of dart players hurting today. Believe me. All you have to do is look at Twitter. Look at Facebook. Look at Instagram.
100.
We do indeed have the World Cup of Darts coming up in a few weeks' time. Somewhere that Kyle did very well for Australia with my old teammate Simon Whitlock.
100.
Richie Burnett, of course, has played in the World Cup with Mark Webster. A two-time finalist is Webby. His career is far from finished. We've seen some good stuff from him over the last 6 or 7 weeks. Are we going to see a 120 from Scott Marsh to get back in this game? Well, we did see Richie Burnett in his last match miss double 19 for a 158.
60.
So he knows where it is.
Richie, you require 158.
He's not going to get close this time.
58.
I like that on the last dart.
Scott, you require 60.
A lot of people don't, but I just like to leave 100 instead of 98. Well, he's gone for tops. He wanted to get it on the second dart. He's got double 10 for the leg.
40.
Oh, and it goes the other way. Now, can Richie capitalise here?
100.
Options. That's door number 1. Followed by this. Double 10. And it's in the corner.
Second leg.
Oh, when you look at that, look at where the 60 was. Right in the corner. Look at the double 10. Right in the corner. It wasn't a pure 100 checkout. It wasn't right in the middle. But it was in the right colours. That's the beautiful thing about those doubles sometimes. It doesn't have to be a perfect dart.
97.
And the beautiful thing about double 10, double 6, double 13, and indeed their brothers and sisters over on the other side of the board, like 14, 11, and 8, you can get the weight of the dart wrong, but if you get the line right, it'll be in. It's exactly the opposite when it's the top and bottom of the board. You have to get the weight right. You can get the line wrong.
60.
It really does seem like a long time ago since Scott Marsh first graced the Live League in 2020. We weren't graced with the company of Richie Burnett last year in the Live League.
42.
But I remember when he was first here in 2021, the amount of excitement when he first came into week 2 of phase 1, it was palpable.
140.
Richie and his close friend Robert Thornton were inseparable for a period of a few weeks. And at a very, very difficult point of 2021, I know that Richie Burnett and others provided incredible entertainment for a lot of people who were cramming for some darting action. And 2021 is not finished for Richie. He's had some highlights.
140.
He's won phase 2. He picked up the £6,000 prize. Almost hitting a 9-darter in the last leg of that entire phase. And don't forget that he won the curtain raiser to this tournament structure, the Sporty Stuff TV trophy.
64.
So he's got 2 bits of crystal on the mantle. He might have 3 legs in the bank here.
And does. On the third leg, Richie Burnett.
You look at the 100 checkout in the previous leg, it wasn't particularly pretty because the 60 and the 10s were in the corners. 2 great singles, and that double 16 was in the middle.
Game on.
I was talking yesterday as well about referees and how things seem to be changing in that area as well. We've not just got young players coming through, but we've got young referees coming through. And I always like to pay tribute
100
to everybody who is part of this production. It's not just about talking on the mic and rambling on about the things that I know. It's about the efforts of the players. It's about the efforts of the production staff, the referees, and indeed the security.
100.
Everybody who chips in, it is not forgotten. We do indeed have a tour card holder helping us with the production today. And like I said yesterday,
60.
I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag as to who it is. I'm just going to let you think about who it could be.
$98.
161 is the lead for Scott here. He does not want to join the Bagel crew, of which there is only one player today, and that's Darren Beveridge.
81.
At this time of the day, a bagel and a beverage doesn't sound too bad. Not for Darren. That looks really good for a 140.
100.
Wonder pitches the dart. It maybe just came out of the hand a little late. But the opportunity of winning 4-0 maybe not be over.
140.
You can see the reaction
Scott,
to only getting a 140
80.
from the Prince of Wales. Can Scott Marsh deny Richie a shot for the match?
40.
He can't. And this
Richie
is
require
for a second 4-0 win of the day. Look at that, perfect 60. A really safe single.
100.
And misses the match start at tops. It was a difficult shot. He
Scott,
only
you
had maybe
require
1/3
40.
of the bed at tops to aim at. But Scott Marsh has got 100% of it to look at. Maybe a little bit less now. He's going to the tough side. Oh, look at this.
20.
That is really unfortunate. He can't believe the second one didn't go in. And then the
Richie
third one was
required
even
20.
closer. Burnett for the bagel then. To serve it on a plate to Scott Marsh. Needs to scooch to the left.
No
And
score.
can't find the match. 4-0 with
Scott, you
4
require
missed match
20.
darts. Marsh for 10s
Game's
finds
on
it.
the full flag.
And he can now breathe
Scott
out
Marsh.
because he is in the match. And we have seen many, many times someone come back from this position. But Richie Burnett at 3-1 would still be the favourite.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
I've been asked on many, many occasions,
100.
what is the one match that you remember where you had so many mismatched darts that really kept you up at night? I remember playing Dennis Ovens in the UK Open. I don't remember exactly which year it was, but it was in the last 16 on stage 2 in
60.
Bolton. And I missed 10 match darts and I think 4 different legs. And that one did keep me up for a little while. Just to give you an insight
140.
as to what mindset I was in after that. I wasn't particularly pleased, but as soon as I came off the stage, I was greeted by the then tournament director of the PDC, the late, great Tommy Cox. And he said, "You're going in for a drugs test." And I thought, that's a great way for me to come back down to earth.
26.
Going into a sterile room and having to do a urine sample. In a funny sort of way, it did make me forget about what had just happened on the dartboard.
44.
But nobody likes those matches where they've missed loads of match darts. And then they have to suffer the defeat as well. Richie Burnett right now is doing a good job of forgetting those missed match darts.
$140.
You could say that Scott is back in the leg, but he's still a dart behind, and Richie still has the start. That's awkward. 192. He has to go downstairs.
28.
A lot of people there would have gone to the 25 because it would have left him 167. And of course, the bullseye would have left him 142, and I think he's just realised it. It's a 60 needed from Scott. And he comes up short, so he does give 6 darts to Burnett from this position to get the points. Burnett on 4 points in the table is currently still in 5th position.
85.
This again, if Richie Burnett wins, is a good result for Jared Cole because it keeps him 8 points clear.
$140.
Well, Marsh
Richie
has done a great job of scoring well in the last 2 visits. So Burnett looking at 96 more.
88.
Leaves it handy.
Scott,
but it might be 3-2 when he returns. Looks like a treble 10 shot to me. And that is a treble 10 from the heavens. And the double top is found as well. Let's not underestimate what I just said in the previous leg. Because, yes, he missed match darts, did Richie Burnett. But Scott Marsh is still in this match. And now very much in it.
Game on.
This is short format darts for you, ladies and gentlemen. Because at 3-0 with match darts in his hand, you think it's going to be 4-0, just like that. But it confirms
41.
One of the things that I love about this sport more than anything else. You get nothing for free in this game. You still, no matter how well you've played previously, still have to hit one more perfect dart to win the match. You can't be given a leg. The only time you can ever be given something is if someone withdraws through injury or other means, of course. I mentioned Dennis Ovens a little bit earlier in this match. He unfortunately had to withdraw from a World Championship match, famously once. And the victory was given to Kevin Munch of Germany. That was because Dennis had a bad back and couldn't continue.
59.
But aside from that, you are the one who has to go through the winning line. And so far, Richie has failed to do that. $100. It's good for Marsh to put himself 86 ahead. And all of a sudden, that head snapping back as part of that accentuated follow-through dance that Richie Burnett does is starting to get a bit more animated. I wonder what kind of electricity goes through his body when that happens. I'm amazed he hasn't done himself more damage. 100. Scott Marsh is really hanging on here. Not just in this game, but in the table. He hasn't lost a match today. 60. Scott, you require 160. At the conclusion of this match, everybody will have played 3 times. And if Marsh does win this match somehow, he will go top of the daily table. Not top of the Group A table, of course, because I don't think anybody's going to do that to Jared Cole today. In fact, nobody can. He is assured
60.
of being top at the end of the day in the Group A table. Even if Scott Marsh wins this match, he gets to 10 points. He's still 3 wins adrift, and there's only 2 matches left per player. 60 from Burnett leaves 126 for the match if Marsh does not hit the 100. Looks like it's going to go. 2 10s.
80.
And Burnett gets a hope.
Richie, you require
both averaging 81 in this match. The doubles percentages are both pretty decent, but it's 19 for the bull. He will be livid with that. It was too aggressive. He really fancied a shot at double 6 by getting a second 57, but he has been caught out with a slightly pulled dart.
74. Scott,
he does not get another
20.
match dart, of which he had 4 a little bit earlier on. Double 4. And that is really going to make Richie Burnett's head shake, because just when he thinks that Scott Marsh has fluffed his lines, he finds a little bit of a crescendo at the end of leg 6. It's 3-3.
Game on. $100.
This could have been 4-0 to Richie Burnett. He missed 4 match darts for 4-0. And now he's got a hole just to win it. Darts is perplexing sometimes, but that's one of the reasons why we love it.
100.
They trade tons at the start of leg 7. It's a good lie for a 140.
140.
Just goes to show how pleased he was with that last dart, as he only gives us a micro grimace. The next game after this, which will start
83.
The 4th matches per player. In fact, it is game 10 of the day, is the Scottish Derby between Nathan Girvan and Darren Beveridge. But the Welshman is doing a good job here. 161 after 9 is classified as very good. It's where you always want to be when you're on form. 161 or better after 3 visits.
100.
He doesn't have to take it out.
Richie require 100.
But how he would love to be sitting on a double after this visit. He might well be.
95.
I'll have to settle for clickety-click. I didn't misplace my words there, by the way. Clickety-click is bingo for 66. I do like a bit of bingo in South Wales. But this is tricky. 194. And gets a 54 on the end just in case. It does get him to a finish.
66.
Without a treble, this would have been 6 darts for 66.
10 scored, yeah.
It's still 56 with 2. And a 5th match dart. Which he takes.
Shot on the match.
He really did deserve to win that game, but let's not forget about Scott Marsh at the end of that best of 7 match, because he put up a terrific fight from 3-0 down. He got fortune to stay in the match, but when he got a leg, he got another couple after that and really tested Richie Burnett. But that's a great result for Jared Cole. So as we go into match 10, which is a Scottish derby between Nathan Girvan and Darren Beveridge, Jared Cole is still at the top by an absolute country mile. One thing we do know after that result, which was the fourth 4-3 in a row in today's action, so you're definitely getting your money's worth if you're tuning in on YouTube and via your favoured bookmaker. Well, what we do know now is that the Scottish game between Nathan Girvan and Darren Beveridge is about to commence. So let's get down to the board and have a look at the graphic. As you can see, Jared Cole undefeated, 8 wins from 8, 16 points and 8 points in front of everybody else. But as far as these two are concerned, they're both at the foot of the table.
Game on.
Nothing has gone Darren Beveridge's way today. He's having a bit of a traumatic Tuesday.
121.
Nathan Girvan has got himself off the floor in his last match by winning 4-3 against Mike Warburton, with his best performance of the day.
91.
But Scotland not doing too well as far as the table is concerned.
140.
So as it reads, the 2 Englishmen are in positions 1 and 2. The 2 Welshmen are in positions 3 and 4. And the 2 Scotsmen are in positions 5 and 6. And Beveridge is the only player today not to have registered a victory.
60.
It's not that Darren has played that poorly.
100.
Maybe he did in his first game. He improved in his second game, but still lost 4-0. But then he really put up a fight against the table leader in Jared Cole. He was in position to win that match, but just couldn't get it done. He had 1 match start.
60.
And lost 4-3 in the end to Jared.
$80.
Oh, that's a bit of a dangler and a half.
Nathan, you require
That's what we call the grandfather clock. Tick-tock.
$60. Darren, you require 130.
420s will leave the bullseye. He only gets 2 though.
94.
Leaves himself
Nathan,
on double 18, providing Nathan misses this somewhat simple out. There's nothing simple about this, really. I shouldn't have said that, because he's got double 10.
40.
That was my fault. I put the
Darren,
hex on him by
36.
saying it was simple.
Game shown the first
He made that look simple, did Darren Beveridge. And he gets his first break of throw in the very first leg of the match. So kudos to him. He goes into leg 2 with the lead.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
If Nathan Girvan can find a win in this match, he will get himself off the foot of the table. Now, one thing I can tell you is that they do
81.
keep the players up to date with how the table looks every 3 matches. So now that we have completed 9 matches in today's table,
100.
the players will know just how dominant Jared Cole is looking.
76.
Nathan and Darren will realise where they are in the table. And Nathan will know that if he wins, he will be off the bottom and put his Scottish pal
57.
below him. Currently, Nathan Girvan on 4 points is 12 points
Darren
adrift of Jared Cole. Darren Beveridge only 2 points better off, but still 10 points behind.
90.
I think they know that that's not going to be bridged. That's better, and that's powerful from Girvan.
180. Darren, you require 74.
Well, there's 33 of them.
41 left.
Might want three threes more. There you go. Double 16.
On the second
and that is 74 for 2-0. Just like that. So Darren Beveridge is not looking back, and he doesn't want to go bottom of the table, obviously, and maybe that's his motivation here, to try and play for position over the next day and a half.
Game on.
The incentive maybe is to get into the top 3, which is very gettable, considering Beveridge's position. Even though he hasn't won a game today,
45.
He's still only within 2 points of second place. That's how crazy this table is.
100.
You could have one person steamroll their way all the way to the finals, and then the other 5 players battling for position to see where they play the rest of the week.
100.
Just to confirm, second and third position will go to Group B, which is Thursday and Friday night. 4th, 5th and 6th
58.
will go to Group C, which is the same time slot on Thursday and Friday, starting at 9:30 a.m.
96.
Good response here from
100.
NVG, as he is widely known. In fact, if you say the former world number 1's name
60.
in Dutch, it actually sounds a bit like Nathan's surname, Girvan. It's more like Girvan, actually. But that's a miss single.
80.
Yes, if you say Michael van Gerwen, which is the English pronunciation of his name, if you say it properly, it's Michael van Gerwen.
60.
When you knock around with
Nathan,
so many Dutch people, you really do
32.
practice your G's. Double 16.
Game shown the
And
third
that is
leg.
a beautiful
Nathan
double
Girvan.
16 from Nathan Girvan. I'm just going to say that properly. The man from up near Arbroath in Scotland has got his first leg of this contest.
Darren to throw first.
Into leg 4 then.
Game on.
I've had the privilege of doing some exhibitions up that coastline, up towards Arbroath. Some lovely people in Scotland, and over the last 18 months or so that I have not visited Scotland for safety reasons, there's a lot of people I miss up there.
180.
So at this juncture, as we see a second 180 of the match from Darren Beveridge, just want to say hi to some of my friends up in Scotland.
60.
Like Ian McCorkadale and Alan Ewan, Gordy Morrison up in Inverness, Kevin Wilson also from Inverness.
180.
Well, Darren Beveridge, put your foot down. 6 consecutive treble 20s. If I didn't mention your name and you're a pal of mine from Scotland,
Darren,
I apologise.
84.
I haven't got all day. But Darren Beveridge misses the single 14. Just a single 13 will do to line it up.
Nathan, you require 161.
Girvan might need this one.
.46. Darren, you require 40.
Tops it is. Double 10.
Game's on the fourth.
Good find. A nice aggressive
Darren
try
Beveridge.
there from Darren Beveridge. And you always like to see somebody going for the double 10 in the top half because it's further away from that double 15, which could bust the score.
To throw first. Game on.
I saw a great tweet yesterday that the Modern Amateur
40.
Darts Scottish title will be defended very soon between Gary Stone, the current champion, and Cameron Menzies. That's going to take place pretty soon. And
135.
I thought, well, that's a great match. We have, of course, seen both of those players at the Online Darts Live League this year.
93.
Wouldn't be surprised to see these two have a crack at that title at some point.
But
right now, Darren Beveridge,
180.
he really is smacking in those 180s. That's his fourth of the game.
140.
Irresistible scoring over the last couple of legs, and his average is swelling. Can't miss the 60 all of a sudden.
140.
He has got something going, and it is fabulous to see. The best average we've seen so far is 101.9. He's not that far away from that.
Darren, you require 46.
He's not far away from winning this match in quick, smart time. But again, he misses the single 14. 35 left. And now double 16. And it is only the one match dart that he requires. Darren Beveridge, who has really been put to the sword a couple of times today, puts up a very, very decent number of 97.19, 67% on the doubles. That is a real confidence booster for him. And if he wants to challenge for the top half spots in this table, that will do him some very, very good confidence going forward. But Nathan Girvan, 89, is not good enough on this occasion. Into match 11, and it's Richie Burnett coming back. You'll all be glad to hear, but he's up against the tabletop of Jared Cole, who's looking to stay undefeated. Final third of our schedule today is about to commence, so 10 matches have been completed. And to start our 11th match, we've got Jared Cole looking to remain undefeated against Richie Burnett, who has shown a lot more spirit today. There you can see that that gap of Jared Cole's at the top, it remains. Can Richie Burnett win here to give hope to the chasing pack? Because if he doesn't win this game, Jared Cole is already very, very close to winning this group. And we're not even done with day 2. Nathan Girvan at the foot of the table on 4 points. And we could have 4 players on 8 if Richie Burnett wins this one. The 8-point gap at the top of the table is going to remain anywhere,
58.
regardless of the result. But if somehow Jared Cole wins again, he will create a 10-point gap.
45.
And I don't want to emphasize this too much, and I don't want to put any pressure on Jared, but nobody has ever done Group A undefeated. We have seen someone do a 5-person group undefeated. Kevin Burnett did that, but nobody has gone 15 matches in a row in Group A. Jared still can.
59.
It could well be that Richie Burnett is his stiffest test today, because Richie put in the highest individual average of the group so far a little bit
55.
earlier on. And we can't forget that, yes, Jared Cole has won 3 games from 3 today, and he's topping the daily table
60.
as well as the overall table. But look at his results today. Started with a 4-3 against Warby. He's on the end of a 180 there from Burnett. He won 4-3 against Nathan Girvan, and he won 4-3 against Beveridge. He is winning tight games.
64.
He's not bossing his
Richie
opponents. He's surviving them. But he's doing that so well. Burnett looking for 301 in 6.
91. Jared
He
require
has to settle for 271 without a double at the end. Jared gets a shot at the bull for a 126.
95.
And he fails on the other side of the bullseye.
Richie, you require 30.
Double 15. Good
Games
find.
on the first leg.
17 darts is
Richie
enough
Burnett.
to break the throw of Jared Cole in this first leg of the contest in match 11. And you just wonder if it's time for Jared
Second
Cole
leg,
to
it's
taste
Richie
defeat.
to throw first. Game
He will hope not. It's an interesting dynamic that he will be living right now. We have 5 matches remaining in our schedule for Tuesday. He's sitting atop the table by quite a few furlongs in racing terms. He can afford to relax and play, but you can't afford to relax too much. Because just imagine if he was to lose a couple of games in a row, and then there would be a bit more pressure on his first game tomorrow, and then his second game. What he wants is to win here and win in his last match against Scott Marsh, which will be match 15, and remove all of the pressure on tomorrow.
58.
He would probably need 1 win tomorrow, and that will be it.
$99.
Good last start. Gets him a dart in front. And Burnett has got to start 19s here. But he's not going to. So now he can't leave a finish. If Jared Cole had 299, I would stake
99.
an awful lot of money on him starting 19s, because he does not make mathematical errors. Or indeed, tactical errors.
140.
I love the way the game has evolved over the last 5 or 6 years with the counting elements.
140.
Jared doing a really good
Jared,
job
you
of
require
steering
96.
clear of that back foot of Richie Burnett. But he's going to have to survive
56.
missed leg darts here
Richie,
from
you
Burnett
require 60.
if he wants to get a chance at tops to draw level.
Game show on the second
That doesn't
leg.
happen, because that
Richie
60
Burnett.
checkout was something out of a textbook. We saw that a great deal from Mike Warburton earlier. He did it twice in 2 legs. But Richie Burnett, 2-0 up here, looking good.
Game on. $60.
It's really easy for me to say that Jared Cole's 2 biggest challengers are who he's facing in this match and his next match.
81.
But everybody's in the same sort of mould in pursuing him.
132.
But based on the way that Marsh has played today, and based on the way that Burnett has played today, I'd have to say that they are maybe the two most difficult games he's got. Especially
59.
when they're later in the schedule, because they're fully warmed up. Just to give you an indication of who you will see on Thursday and Friday, in addition to the players that do not win this group.
60.
Thursday from 9:30 a.m. we have Scott Williams for you, Paul Hogan and Justin Smith. So two more Englishmen and a Welshman.
72.
They will battle against the bottom three players from this group in a 2-day 10 match per player group. As we see a classic droop from Richie Burnett there. As far as the evening is concerned, places 2 and 3 from this table will be joined
32.
by Connor Scott, Wesley Newton and Lee Cox. And that will be an 8-game per player group over the 2 nights on Thursday and Friday to see who goes through to Saturday's final.
100.
Nice response from Jared, but he's not at the same level that he was at a little bit earlier. Leaving these two darters after 15.
26. Jared requires 70.
A little bit earlier on today and this week he was leaving them a little bit sooner. Doesn't make any difference. That is a 17 darter from Jared Cole, and he has something to build on now. And they're the types of shots that really do come when you're throwing confident stuff.
4 flag, it's Richie to throw first. Game on. $100.
Yesterday,
140.
didn't seem so far away, first and foremost. Every time I say that word, I have to follow it with the Beatles lyrics. But yesterday we did have the ton up for Jared Cole. He played his 100th match in Online Darts Live League action this year. He's joined a great group of players that have played over 100 matches. One of them is Richie Burnett,
96.
who is into the 140s now. The leader is James Richardson. He's played 172 matches, followed by Fallon Sherrick on 146. Richie Burnett
140.
is now on 144. Martin Adams on 142. And the others over 100 are Osborne, of the Colin variety, Kevin Burness, Richard North, and Aaron Monk.
98.
And thanks to
Richie
my
require
friend and colleague Mark Walker for
121.
those statistics. Someone who makes my job so much easier. Just one of our production crew here at the Online Darts Live League that make this thing tick over
35.
incredibly well. He deserves every bit of credit.
Jared require
he deserves.
167.
57 first on the 167 effort is a bit of a young man's thing.
94.
Everybody used to go for the 61st on that, but
Richie
the
require
fashionable route
86.
these days is getting the 57 out of the way. Is it a bullseye shot for Burnett? Yes, it is. It's for 3-1.
41.
And again on the bullseye for the second time in this match.
Jared requires
He misses
73.
it north of the 25. Double 8.
Game
And don't
from the
leave him on
fourth
double
leg.
8.
Jared Cole.
When you watch the amount of darts that I do, sort of clustered over the course of days, you start to see patterns. Double 8 and Jared Cole, BFFs right now.
5th leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
That was my really bad attempt of being someone born in this millennia.
58.
Best friends forever, I suppose you could say, but they're best friends right now, Double 8 and Jared Cole. It's fair to say that that might not be the case forever.
45.
But right now, Jared Cole is very, very happy with this situation. He was 2-0 down. Back level after 4.
99.
And he's doing it again, isn't he? 3 7-leg games today already. Looking to give us a 4th.
119.
What a headline it would be for social media if Jared Cole was to win all 5 games today by 4 legs to 3. He'd start to get himself a different nickname than the King of the
100.
Castle. And start calling him the King of the Decider. And he is doing a very good job of standing at the back of the room and giving Richie his room. And just worrying about what he's doing. And giving Richie his own little bubble.
44.
This one is tightly poised. The Burnett average is only 81. The Cole average is much higher, at around 90. From a stats perspective, Jared Cole is easing this match. He has the better average, the better checkout percentage, but he might not have the lead.
82.
If Richie can find the bullseye at 25, well, that leaves 79. So whether he goes for the treble 19 or treble 13 here, it doesn't matter. He just wants a shot at a double. And look at Jared in the background. He knows that playing Richie Burnett is very, very difficult in more ways than one.
42.
But it is fun. I can very much confirm that.
I called 100 for the last score. But Jared.
Jared was scoring 100 in the last visit. So he does have 100 left. Not 60. So
Jared, you require
he's making
100.
sure he knows what he has before he goes for it. Double 10. Huge,
on the 5th
huge 100 checkout from Jared
Cole.
Cole. And he takes the lead from 2-0 down. Oh, the face of Richie Burnett there would have been a picture. But first and foremost,
Richie to throw first.
Great sportsmanship from Jared Cole there, acknowledging that he only scored 100 to leave 100, and it was not 140, showing why he is such a well-respected young man and such a respected talent.
59. $45.
Yeah, we don't have VAR in darts. We don't have Hawkeye. We don't have goal line technology, anything like that. We have a referee.
96.
Owen Binks did call 100. And Jared knew that he scored 100.
140.
It's always good to acknowledge when a small error has been made what you actually hit. It's the spirit of darts. It's the spirit of the game.
96.
It's possible that Jared Cole might win a game today that isn't 4-3.
99.
He's half a dart ahead here. You might not know what I mean by that. I classify half a dart as between 30 and 45.
59.
What kind of finish can he leave himself?
100.
It's 117. What kind of pressure can Richie apply?
96.
It's pretty decent. He's wondering why he's
Jared,
left
you require
95. He should have gone for another
170.
bed, potentially. It might be over, though, as Jared goes for tops
97.
and misses a match dart at that tops to put himself on 18
Richie, you
points.
require 95.
That leaves 87. Hasn't had a good time of it on the bullseye in this match. can't help but enjoy the theatrics. But Richie does not enjoy the fact that he does not get a shot at double from 95 with 2 darts thrown.
43.
Jared, who hit double 10 to win
Jared
leg 5, now has 3 darts at it for his 9th consecutive win this week. And that's what he has. He has won miraculously, not by 4 legs to 3, but by 4 legs to 2. He has won with an 88.94 average, 81.22 for Richie Burnett. It's good on the checkouts again from Jared Cole. Just a really good performance in the right moments, and particularly from 2-0 down. Going into the next match, it is Mike Warburton and Scott Marsh, part of the chasing pack, and boy have they got some work to do. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for today. We're not far from the end of our schedule. We've got 4 matches to go. But Mike Warburton and Scott Marsh are about to do battle. And they are 10 points behind Jared Cole, who is way in front. So let's get a look at that table, shall we? There you go. Scott Marsh and Mike Warburton, the 2 closest challengers. But 10 points behind. And now Jared Cole's only got 6 matches left. Scott and Mike have got 7. So they have 7 matches remaining.
Okay, first leg it's
They
Mike
can score 14
Game.
more points and get to 22. At this stage, it's rather unbelievable to me that I'm thinking about the job may be done by about 10:30 tomorrow morning for Jared Cole. So one of these two might need to be perfect from here. And in Scott Marsh's case, he might have to beat Jared Cole twice because he's got Jared in the last match of the schedule today. If indeed Scott does not beat Jared, and Jared has a second perfect day in a row, I think that's it. It's not mathematically done, but it's in every likelihood done. first and foremost, one of these guys, or indeed Darren Beveridge,
134.
Darren Beveridge has only got one match left against Mike in match 14, so he can only get to 10 points. It's one of these two players, in my opinion, have to win this match
55.
and the next to get to 12 points, because if they don't, Jared Cole has got way too much breathing space. Jared's got more breathing space right now than his
60.
solitary wildebeest in the middle of the Kalahari. As far as their match is concerned from yesterday, it was no shock, 4-3. There have been so many of them. A lot of the matches have gone close, and I think that's very much to do with how even the talent is in this group. And you may say to me, yes, but what about Jared being so far ahead? It's because he's been winning all of his 4-3s. He has not failed to do so. When we go into his last match of the day, I'll tot up how many 4-3s he's had.
Scott, you require 110.
Downstairs for the 110. That leaves 91, so treble 17. Pushes it into the small 2. So Mike Warburton has 3 darts at 56 to take an early hold.
56.
Tops it is.
Game shot on the
very
first
good indeed
leg.
from Mike Warburton.
Mike Warburton.
If he's not going to win this table somehow, he will want to be in the top 3. And I figure if he does stay in the top 3, he'll be a force to be reckoned with in Group B.
Game on.
It could well indeed be both of these players going through to Thursday and Friday night. Live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 PM here in the UK.
41.
Also available on YouTube, of course, via the Online Darts YouTube channel.
$97.
Stats from yesterday's game. 88 average for Warby and 40% on doubles. Was good enough to win 4-3 over the 86 average of Marsh. And 1 out of every 3 darts a double for him.
60.
It was a tight game. But Scott was not getting the rub of the green early yesterday. He has been sharper today. Hence,
60.
why he has picked up 4 points up to this point. At this point yesterday for him, he had 0 points. And he won his last 2 games to get himself on 4 before Tuesday started.
96.
As you can see, the Online Darts Live League uses a Winmar Blade 5 dual core. The best dart board you can find.
41.
At this point, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors, the Marshall Group, Red Dragon, Serviceur, DJ Shop, and all of our affiliate sponsors for backing us this year.
100.
It's been superb to have them as part of the team. And indeed, bringing Sporty Stuff TV on board, just to widen our audience even further. Giving these players
60.
a great opportunity of showcasing their sponsors and indeed their talents to such a wide audience. It also, in turn, educates me as to where their form is
60.
for some of their other challenges. For the majority of the players in the Online Darts Live League this year, this has been their sole purpose and their main challenge.
100.
A great way of
Scott,
finding their form and finding what works. nothing that can substitute for competitive practice. There's nothing quite like playing against another player in the same room.
41.
Scott Marsh
Mike
is someone who you could ask about that.
43.
He played online with the Live League last year, as did Mike. Superb from Warby to leave double 16.
103.
That was a beautiful bullseye. Treble 16 potentially, or treble 20. Oh, that's great. Double 12.
79.
Offers the hope
Mike
for Warby to get a break of throw here. That looks inviting.
Game
and boy, was it
second leg.
Really good
Mike
from the Welshman,
Warburton,
who takes a 2-0 lead. And these are the types of games where if you break in leg 2 and you have that solid hold, you have the opportunity to go 3-0 up. So, over to you, Mike. Make it happen.
Game on.
That's what he will be saying to himself. Make it happen.
60.
Scott will be saying, I hope you don't. Averages are just shy of 80 for the two. I've said many, many times that in the middle of the schedule, you tend to see the best from the players. When they're a nice mix of fresh and well practiced. If you haven't played 5 or 6 games in a day, you may not know how tiring it can be, mentally as well as physically, including the practice time in between. So it's difficult to play at your best when you're playing long days, but this is really good for darts fitness.
100.
This format of group. If you can constantly get better as the day goes on, that makes you a very dangerous player. But if there are any signs of tiredness in your opponent, you have to expose that even more. And so far we're seeing an 81 average from Scott. We've only had 1 shot at a double so far. To Mike's 4. He might be on the up though.
140.
As he is the first to have finished this time with a steady leg of 161 left after 9. Great answer from the Welshman. And there isn't a dart player in the world who doesn't fancy a 126. Should go 25 in ball.
59.
But doesn't. A little bit of old school counting there because the 25 leaves the 2 darter. The single 19 leaves a 3 darter. It may not matter. Oh, but that's in the small 3. So that leaves 66.
70.
Now this is the quandary because Marsh didn't go for the 25. He can only get 1 dart at a double, whereas if he did hit a 25, he could have had 2. He decided to stay on the 60
50.
because of the lie of the dart.
Mike, you require
I can completely understand that. But he's dicing with defeat here.
16.
But Warby's unable to take the 56. That's the first time he's slipped in this match. The choice is tops after a very central single.
Game shown the
It's always a good sign when someone hits a single leading up to a double and the single is so much in the epicenter. It's always a good sign for the next dart, and it was on this occasion.
It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Should have been 3-0. Now it's 2-1. And judging by what we've seen today, this will probably go 4-3.
57.
like it did yesterday. We don't revert our schedule of games for tomorrow back to what we saw yesterday. We mix them up a bit.
60.
But the majority of tomorrow's games might be about position. At which point could Jared Cole win this group? He could well win it in the soonest fashion
40.
as anybody has in a Group A. I'll have to dig into that, because I remember when Mike Warburton in Phase 1 clocked up 26 points in Group A. But I don't know how soon he won that group.
100.
I'll have to check. If indeed Jared is to wrap things up by getting to, say, 22 points by tomorrow morning, there's a lot of people going to be tuning in thinking, can he get the magic 30? Steady from Mike Warburton. That's what I associate with him. You look at his personal best average in 2021 of 111. He can be explosive. But at the minute, I would classify him as playing steadily
140.
without being explosive. There are other levels to find. But that, in turn, is very exciting, because I know that those levels exist.
Scott Uruguay, 124.
Is he going to draw level? He could well do, if he finds the bullseye.
Game
it's beautiful. Always back the soft tippers on the bullseye, because he is a soft tip machine. And this time, on the red centre, he goes pop. Beautifully done.
Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
I say the red centre, of course, of which the Winmore Blade 5 dual core is an advocate. And that is all red.
180.
Not all dartboards in the world have a red bullseye, though. When playing in Australia, there were some dartboards that had a black bullseye. And if you go through
100
some old sketches on YouTube from early bullseye episodes, you'll see that the 20 segment was white and the treble 20 was red. Those dartboards were a little different.
60.
Good response from Mike, who finds himself with the darts in leg 5.
100.
He's been reeled in over the last couple of legs. Again, it's steady. And he forces Scott to find a 2 treble visit to join him in the finishing zone. Finds the room to the left. Then the right-hand side.
180.
Oh, that was picture perfect.
161.
We don't do instant replays on 180s, but that one deserved it. That is probably the best 180 we've seen this week. Down for the 19s.
137.
And that is beautifully done. But if Scott Marsh takes this 1-2-1 after that picture-perfect maximum, he deserves the leg. Yesterday, he had a 3-1-7 in 6, which for me was
42.
much better than his 170 checkout.
Mike, you're required 24.
But he fails to get the 301 in 6. Oh, get that quickly.
Mike
what
Warburton.
a collision that was. That was all barrel when it hit that first dart. And it just clung on to that double 12. A really, really vital cling on as well as it goes to 3-2 Warby.
Game on.
You might ask why some of these players have grip elements on their dart points. It's for moments
91.
like that. Because if that had 1% less momentum in the air, it was falling on the floor. And as you can see from Mike's darts, it's got a few little dark patches on them, which means it's got a bit of extra grip on there, with a little bit of laser technology, I believe. And it really came to his aid there.
$60.
This is probably the most patient of the games of the day. As far as pace is concerned, you'd have to say that maybe Jared Cole
59.
versus Nathan Girvan is the quickest. This one is the most deliberate. Not that there's anything wrong with that, of course. One of the greatest players of all time was one of the most deliberate, and that's Dennis Priestley. The great Dennis Priestley.
80.
I think that word great is maybe thrown around too much in sport in general. But I never hesitate to call Dennis Priestley great. This game seems to have hit a bit of a lull, but maybe it's because of the tension of it. Both players in the table on 8 points. One of them will get to double figures to join Jared Cole in that facet. Warby doesn't want to constantly go to the well and win 4-3. But he's going to have to. Unless it's not over yet. If you can put in a 1-3-1 here, or something similar.
134.
Well, that's a bit of a miscount, but I tell you what that has done. It's given him a small number.
Requires 72.
He really needed to go to treble 18 there, which would have left him double 16. One dart at tops to take us all the way.
32.
And now Mike Warburton has got to figure this out.
Mike requires
it's not
29.
every day you leave yourself 29. Double 8. And he figures it out with a 17-dart break to win by 4 legs to 2. So the Welshman is the second person to make double figures in the table. You can see that the averages were fairly similar. Good checkouts from both players. Really good, steady, world-class figures there. But it is the Welshman who was just too good in the end. We're just about to go into the last games for all of the players. And we're going to start the final furlong with Richie Burnett against Nathan Girvan. nice mix of youth and experience to start our final furlong for the day. And final furlong means that we've got one match left for every player. Everybody has one more chance to get a little bit closer to Jared Cole at the top. They're not going to do anything about it today because he has an 8-point gap, which he opened up very, very early in today's schedule. You can see Nathan is at the foot of the table, but it doesn't stop him from smiling. Gaining experience.
Okay, first leg it's Richie to throw
And
first.
he's going to gain a little bit more now against the seasoned veteran. That is the 1995 world champion Richie Burnett. Just seen Mike Warburton get to double figures in that Group A table. So he is now the closest challenger to Jared Cole, who will anchor today's coverage against Scott Marsh.
58.
But as far as this daily table is concerned, of course, Jared Cole is undefeated on 8 points. He is not going to be overtaken in that table either, because we have 3 players on 4 points.
60.
That being Scott Marsh, Mike Warburton, and Richie Burnett. So if Richie wants to finish the day on 6, he needs one more win.
59.
If Nathan can find his second win, he will join Burnett on 4. And of course, Warburton and Marsh still have 1 match remaining.
90.
Darren Beveridge, the other player, who will finish his campaign next against Warby. He has the 1 win. And just watch out for some of these players starting to relax, because they know with Cole at the top, so far ahead,
59.
if they're not that fussed about their league position, they'll just relax and play each match as it comes. So Burnett is the kind of player that might just start to fly.
87.
It's a good start from him. Almost gets the 15 darter.
Yes. 92. Richie required
Back
20.
for double 10 to get a 6 visit hold. That could have gone in. That one does.
On the first leg.
Classic example
Richie
there of
Burnett.
someone using the dart as a bouncer. A little bit of a bumper. The first one almost went in, but the second one did.
Second leg is
1-0 Burnett.
to throw first. Game on.
Nathan Girvan, 18
97.
years of age. Born, I would assume, in 2003. I haven't checked his birth date. That is, of course, not to make Richie sound old.
180.
But that was 8 years after he won the world title. This is one of the great things about this game of darts.
96.
It's the young players coming through who can still go up against the legends.
$96.
I suppose in other sports it does happen. You get the likes of Tiger Woods coming through in golf around the the mid-90s, around 96. And he was still going up against the likes of Faldo and Greg Norman, and maybe Sandy Lyle and Ian Woosnam towards the end of their professional careers.
65.
But in darts, we get it all the time. Last year, we had an incredible group of matches between Keane Barry, who had just touched the age of 18, and the 63-year-old at the time, Martin Adams. Some of the narrative in relation to their age gap, it just made for great stories.
45. Nathan, you require 112.
This will be a good little tale, if you can find 57 and bull.
88.
Now, Richie will go for the 60, I believe, on this 115.
Richie, you require 150.
But there's a lot of players like going the 25 route here. Yep, treble 19. For the double.
Game
Yeah,
shown
very
the
good
second
indeed.
leg.
That is traditional
Richie
with a
Burnett.
capital T. There are lots of ways you can take that check out, but that is pretty much door number 1 for a 115.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first.
Was, of course, famously taken by Mervyn King, a 115, to defeat Phil Taylor in a Premier League semi-final. But he went 25 first, and then he hit the 54 and 36.
180.
Richie Burnett not in the kind of mood to let anything slip.
42.
He'd like to finish the day on 8 points in the table. And that will put him in striking distance of the top 3 for tomorrow.
100.
Even if he does win this match, he's still going to be 10 points adrift of Jared Cole. And of course, with Jared having 6 matches left
140.
and that buffer, I feel he's out of range. All of the damage was done to Burnett's chances
45.
yesterday, where he really struggled to close people out. But he hasn't had as much of that trouble today. He's been a lot more clinical,
100.
especially with the performance of the group so far, when he beat Darren Beveridge by 4-0 in match 3, averaging 101.9, still the only ton plus average of the week so far.
92.
This isn't that far away from that. He's averaging 95. And he's doing a lot right.
55.
Whereas Nathan is just
Richie
meandering
require
along,
84.
averaging 84 and not getting a great deal of chances.
52. Nathan, you require
Usually I wouldn't like not going for that shot, but I actually believe that that was a calculated risk. He just had his heart in his mouth for a second there, did Richie, because that first
Richie
57
32.
gave him the chance.
Game
The chance is taken by Burnett, and that is a
Richie
16 darter from the Welshman that puts him 3-0 up. And in a previous match, he missed a chance to go 3-0 up, and he had to work really hard from there. Not on this occasion.
Game on.
Just looking at Nathan's equipment there,
60.
there's something quite hypnotic about his barrels and flights. They look like they've got equilateral dimples in them, very similar to a golf ball. It's almost like he's molded his flight design on his barrel design. It is ridiculously coordinated. It's like someone having
81.
the same coloured trousers on and the same shirt, but maybe a black belt in the middle. Yeah, that's a little bit of an insight into how I think.
45.
That's been too often an occurrence today for Nathan. That first start just below that 60 bed, which causes him
46.
to search for scores around the board. And he's inviting his opponent in, who is not having so much trouble on that lipstick.
81.
Word to the wise, Nathan. I saw how close you were there to Richie Burnett. I would give yourself a bit more room, young lad.
180.
Because if you get a kick in the knee from Richie, you've only got yourself to blame. Great leave from 275, but Nathan deserves credit to be on a better finish.
94.
He does well to leave tops after 15,
require
but this is match point. He missed this shot for a 9-darter when winning phase 2. He missed it on double 18 when there was a collective
90.
ooh around
Nathan,
this
you
room.
require 40. Game shown
Nathan
the
Girvan
fourth leg.
does win
Nathan
that
Girvan.
leg, and he is not going to be bageled right here. So he does keep himself alive. Can he get himself another leg to just tap Richie Burnett on the shoulder?
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
The average of Burnett has come down to 91.5, and Nathan's has gone up to 88.
85.
A little show of defiance from the young man, and I wouldn't expect anything less from a great player from Scotland.
96.
Defiance is in Scottish nature, isn't it? It's a great quality to have.
100.
I think it's only a matter of time before we see young Nathan on tour. But I would say that maybe for his own personal
58.
growth, maybe getting that done in 3 or 4 years is the right time frame. He's got still a lot to learn. Maybe some other levels to find.
59.
They are there, but it's okay to find them bit by bit.
$140.
Very good indeed to put himself 50 ahead. Trying again to defy Richie Burnett, who wants to win this one by a margin.
135.
Beautiful approach from Richie, whose leg difference is -4. And he needs to do some work on that leg difference, because his
79.
other competitors in the middle of the table
Richie require
are better off than he is,
122.
apart from Darren Beveridge. Good guide for the 54. Just didn't fly through the air enough, that one.
40.
And the 54 was blocked.
Nathan,
for
you
the attempt
require
on 86.
128.
Unfortunately, that treble 4 does not leave an out with 2 darts. He has 97 left.
50.
And is unable to leave himself on a double.
Richie, you require 82.
But Burnett has got his chance to win the match right here. Tops it is for the match.
62. Nathan, you require
He's
78.
inviting Nathan Girvan in. Can he find 60 with 2? That's a good guide.
Game
Oh, it's
shown the
beautifully
fifth
done.
leg. Nathan
78
Girvan.
to take leg 5. And you just think to yourself, is that a blocker? Well, I've learned this year from a well-known dart player that that's a guide
Sixth
for
leg, it's
certain
Nathan
players.
to throw first.
Let me just explain that a little bit more.
Game on.
The barrel's in the way of the double top, but it's so high that you can see more of the bed right and left.
96.
So what he's aiming for is the wing of his flight to just glide it in past the barrel. As long as he misses the tungsten, it's going to go in. That is something
97.
that Luke Humphreys has taught me this year. I had a very good conversation with him, and he was telling me all about it. And I found it absolutely encapsulating.
180.
And back comes Girvan. There have been plenty of maximums in this match. There have been 5 of them.
97.
Might be more on the way. Right now.
140.
That one just came out a little bit funny. 3 maximums for Burnett. We've got 2 for Nathan. Richie needs another. Needs his 4th. Gets his 4th.
180. Nathan, you require 85.
This has turned into a game all of a sudden. Richie was coasting. But it might go all the way. And does!
On the 6th flag.
Nathan Girvan with a beautiful
Nathan
12
Girvan.
darter takes us to the 7th leg with a bullseye checkout for the 85. And Richie Burnett is made to think again.
7th and final leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
3-0, coasting. Nathan Girvan pretty much done for the day. He says, no, not yet.
59.
mentioned that Scottish players are defiant. He's proving it. He's brought his average up to 92, which is exactly where Richie is. And Richie knows all about this position because he was 3-0 up against Scott Marsh.
59.
He ended up winning 4-3. But he will be tired over the last couple of days of getting leads and squandering leads.
96.
Hates that. And I don't blame him. He's only got half a 60 to weigh him out and he has to switch.
99.
This one in the end could be key. It gives him a 1 dart advantage. And Nathan has been losing his 4-3s this week.
57.
He lost 4-3 to Warby. He lost 4-3 to Jared Cole yesterday.
140.
And he also lost 4-3 to Jared Cole today as well. So that's the difference between top spot and bottom spot.
40.
You've got to win your 4-3s.
Richie require 144.
And Richie is more likely to win this 4-3. All he has to do is line up what he wants. Whether it's tops or double 16.
96.
When he returns, he will have that option. Word to the wise, get rid of it now.
Richie, you require 48.
Because you do not want to give your opponent one shot. It is double top.
8.
And that's 2 magnetized to the outside wire.
Nathan, you require 160.
Yesterday, Darren Beveridge hit a 160, but it wasn't to win a match. This is just short.
$100.
Burnett has had 2
Richie,
darts
40.
at tops for the match in this leg. He gets 3 more. And he finally gets over the line.
Richie Burnett.
Sometimes you just can't help but laugh when it comes to Richie Burnett performances, because I was expecting him to have 5 right on the wire to see some sort of reaction from him. But we got one anyway when he hit it with dart 5. And I suppose he's sick of 4-3s. The second time today, he has led 3-0 to then just win 4-3. It's a good performance in the end, but 3 out of 3 on the doubles for Nathan Girvan wasn't enough in the end. We'll see more from him and from Richie tomorrow. As far as Darren Beveridge and Mike Warburton are concerned, they're going to play their final match next. Time to wrap it up for Darren Beveridge and Mike Warburton. So we'll have our final Scotland versus Wales match in match 14. So let's get straight down to the board to see how the table looks and see how the players are feeling before this match begins. There you see Nathan Girvan has now got a 4-point gap at the bottom of the table. He's pretty much assured of being in the bottom three unless he has a very, very good day tomorrow. Darren Beveridge is looking to position himself for a charge at the top three tomorrow, and a win against Mike Warburton, who is currently on 10 points, wouldn't do him any harm whatsoever. They would be tied on 10 points going into Wednesday if it is a Scotland win here.
Okay, first leg it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Just to recap the stats from that last match then. Richie Burnett with an 89.97 average. Finishing up that one. In fact, that's just been corrected to 88.63. 30% on his doubles.
100.
And in fact, Nathan's average of 89.09 was better than Richie's. And he has lost with 100% on his doubles.
100.
You always hate it when that happens. But that's darts. It's not meant to be fair sometimes. It's meant to be a little bit cruel just to test you.
140.
Mike Warburton has been tested a lot over the last couple of days. He's been involved in a lot of long games.
100.
Darren Beveridge has been tested in a different way. Especially today. Losing 4-0 to Richie Burnett early. Then losing 4-0 to Scott Marsh, and you really feared for his chances.
86.
But his response since then has been very, very good. Even though he lost 4-3 to Jared Cole,
44.
he did so with a very good performance, and then beating Nathan Girvan, his fellow Scot, by 4 legs to 1 with a 97 average. He showcased what he can really do.
137.
On a double after 12 for the man from Wales, who's looking to put in a performance here
58.
in his final match to ensure he is second in the table going to tomorrow.
Game show.
And that is a beautiful 13 darter.
Warburton.
Not just the 13 darter for Mike, but it is a break of throw as well. He seems to be getting his tail up at the later part of Tuesday. Can he keep it going?
Game on.
Yeah, win here for Warby would get him to 12 within 6 points of Jared Cole on 18. So the ideal scenario for Mike Warburton here is a big win against Beveridge to get to 12. Then
100.
he could really do with a Scott Marsh victory over Jared Cole. Because if he is indeed 6 points behind Jared tomorrow, that can be bridged. But 8 points, I don't think so. There is, of course, another scenario. Imagine if Beveridge wins this match. He joins Warburton on 10 points, and then Cole beats Marsh. The gap is 10 going into tomorrow, with only 10 points up for grabs.
97.
That would mean that one win in the morning for Jared Cole would be enough.
140.
So it's pretty clear what Warburton needs to do. Win this and win every game tomorrow and just get a little bit of help
59
from his fellow players. Because you just can't see Jared Cole
90
having a bad day at the minute. He just looks
152.
sharp and rested at the same time. Can he squeeze one in the middle?
60.
No, he can't.
Darren, you require 114.
Textbook 114 with a tops.
Game show on the second leg.
Right out of the textbook,
Darren
that is.
Beveridge.
Beautifully done. There's the 60. There's the big, fat, juicy 14. And a lovely tops.
Third
To give us a 1-1 scoreline.
Game on.
And Darren's trying to do exactly what Scott Marsh did yesterday. Recover from a 3-loss start.
41.
And if he can walk away with 4 points today, to add to the 6 that he got yesterday,
100.
that will make his dinner taste a lot sweeter and a lot nicer. You don't want to walk away with 0 points for the day, or even just 2 points for the day. That's what Nathan Girvan has walked away with for the second day in succession. Richie Burnett has walked away with 6, which is an improvement on what he did in only getting 2 on Monday.
60.
But the accuracy on that treble 20 does not seem to be as consistent as it was in his previous match. He has had to wait over an hour for this next match. In fact, it's more like an hour and a half.
41.
Because he played Nathan Girvan in match 10, and this is match 14. You've got to program your time well. I remember playing in the Live League last year, and in between matches it was walk around the house. What do you do? Do you practice? Do you rest? Do you go for a walk in between?
100.
Sometimes you weren't even allowed to do that. Some dart players were even sunbathing
60.
between games. Should be switching now.
57.
Double switch is not successful. So all he can
Darren,
do is
you
leave
require
144
160.
with Beveridge on a finish that he's already hit this week.
60. Mike, you require 144.
Conventional route. Got to leave something small.
60.
Beveridge lurking on a ton.
Darren, you require 100.
Keep it straight. Second bite of the cherry is no good. And the single 20 is no gimme here. It's got to go top left.
40.
Better on the floor than in the 60, Darren. He understands
Mike, you
that.
require 84.
Can it be stolen in 7 visits on the bull or double 11? It's a guaranteed bullseye.
59.
And Darren now has that quandary
Darren, you
with those
require
upright
60.
darts of getting 20 and double top. That's a great single. But he can't
40.
find the double.
Mike, you require 25.
Very, very scratchy leg from two players who may be feeling a little bit gassed
Aim
for the
from
day.
third leg.
But double 8 comes to
Mike
his
Warburton.
rescue, and we have 3 breaks of throw in this match. If that continues, it will be level after 4, but Warby looking for 3-1 and a hold.
Fourth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Just glancing through some of the games for today, I haven't got any live statistics about the
100.
overall average for Tuesday, but for me, it looks better than yesterday. Yesterday's overall average was 84.6.
55.
We had 31 180s yesterday. And I'll do a bit of a comparison overnight and let you know what Monday was to Tuesday when it comes to tomorrow's coverage,
100.
which starts at 9:30 a.m. on the Online Darts YouTube channel and via the streaming services of your favourite bookmaker, of course. If you've been tuning in all day, having a bit of a flutter, please gamble responsibly. Over 18s only, of course, and begambleaware.org for more information.
177.
As good as that 177 was, if he'd have hit a single 19, he would have left a bogey number. So I'm going to give credit where credit's due.
97.
but he should have gone 17s.
124.
It doesn't matter because Darren Beveridge is not a finish. It just shows maybe the tiniest little bit of fragility in the game. However, oh, look at that from Warby. That is extraordinary, Warby, as he gets a 1-2-4 on the end of the 177 to have 301 in 6 the hard way.
Game up. $55.
When you're playing that well, you can do what you like. He really is starting to cook now. His average is a good 12
81.
better than that of his opponent. And he has been the better player in this match. Of that there is no doubt. But are we about to see a fight back?
140. $100.
I don't know why it is. Every time I see Mike Warburton's nickname on the back of his shirt, I think of Furbies.
61.
Just because it rhymes. Just another little insight into how my mind works. I love his Darts shirt, by the way. It looks like it needs colouring in. I think he's been copying my idea. That is a maximum from Darren Beveridge. And that is 3 darts on a pinhead. Beautifully delivered. Great response from the Scotsman. Because he's been hit hard the last couple of legs.
Requires 65.
Well, that's 15 off. Gives him options. And the option taken is double 16.
33.
The first time that really Darren Beveridge has bossed a leg.
55.
You can tell when a player is in control of a leg and they don't seem that panicked. Double 4.
28.
He might start to just look over his shoulder a little bit because this is for the match. And we saw this yesterday from Scott Marsh, but a different way. Not going to be taking it.
Yeah, 58.
But for the tall man from Scotland with the long darts, this is not an easy shot. He does not want to miss it low. He's got enough room to the left.
And
there he does show how good he is at just adjusting to what you can do if you're throwing from high down to a double like that. Use the left and right.
Sick flag, it's Mike to throw first. Game on. $41.
I'm reminded of a text that I got yesterday from my colleague Chris Mason. Apologies that I didn't reply to you yesterday, Chris. It was a bit of a busy day. But we were talking about players that we really wanted to see here at the Online Darts Live League. He came up with a really, really good suggestion. He said, Ted
80.
Hankey. How much would you like to see Ted Hankey here? I know I would.
100.
Let's face it, this arena is very Ted. Black walls everywhere. Just make the carpet and the advertising writing a bit red and it's very Ted Hankey.
140.
But of course it's black and yellow, the colours of the Online Darts Live League. Which I like because they're the same colours as my football team, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
100.
Not the only sport I support, of course.
100.
And for our lost friend Kyle Anderson today, he was a big Fremantle Dockers fan in Aussie rules. He loved Frio.
100.
And we had many
Mike, you require
chats about the Western
140.
Bulldogs, my AFL team, and Frio.
$54.
Well positioned
Darren,
for
you
the
require
match.
146.
If the 146 is not taken, to take us all the way. Are we seeing another fight back? Well, Mike Warburton has got to stop
86.
the train that is ice cold. Perfect way to do it. Was that
shot and the
into
match.
for a 17 darter, and he finishes his day with a beautiful 2-darter. There you see it, the 54 plumb, the 32 plumb, in she goes, and he is guaranteed to be second position going into tomorrow. He's currently 6 points behind Jared Cole after that 87.98 average and 80% on doubles. That's something he can remember going into the final day of Group A. But over to you, Jared. Can you have your second perfect day? But if you don't, then Mike Warburton will probably be rubbing his hands. The World MAD champion is showing us why he has that belt. Going into the last game of Tuesday's action, he hasn't got the belt with him, but he has got 20 points in his sight. There you see the 6-point gap between himself and Mike Warburton. If indeed Scott Marsh does not get to 10 points within 2 of the Welshmen, Jared Cole will be 1 win potentially away from winning this group. But Mike Warburton has ensured that Jared might need 2 tomorrow to get to 24 and a winning spot.
Okay, first I get Scott to throw first. Game on.
The last best of 7 leg match for the day. And it could be the best. Because what we saw from Scott yesterday in the final match of the day was his best performance.
121.
Averaging 89 against Nathan Girvan in a 4-1 win.
$43.
Jared Cole has been a last leg ninja over the course of the last couple of days. He has indeed won 4-3 3 times today. And the other one by 4 legs to 2.
59.
Scott and Jared played in the very first game of the week yesterday morning.
140.
That was the game where Scott Marsh started proceedings with a 170 checkout. A lot has happened since then. It was a 4-2 win for Jared. An 89 average with 50% on doubles, and that was a sign of things to come.
57.
Just a sign of genuine consistency from the young man from Hatfield. As far as Jared's day today, It's been 4-3s all over the place. 4-3s over Mike Warburton. Then Nathan Girvan and Darren Beveridge before that 4-2 win over Richie Burnett. The scary thing is, we haven't seen the best of Jared. He has got other gears. But he seems to have got Group A nailed for now.
Scott, you require
or is there one more twist in the tail? Marsh has done well here to get to the finish first. But he hasn't got to the double first. Not yet, anyway.
56.
The question now is, does Jared get a shot at tops? The answer is no.
60.
So in an answer
Scott,
to the previous question,
68.
who gets to the double first, it should be Scott. He's going downstairs. 12 for tops. He likes to leave tops with 1. And that's why. That is about as pretty as you will see on a double top shot, because it's nowhere near the wire, and sometimes with that flat lie, it can make the segment look a little bit bigger than it actually is.
Game on.
What I mean by that is, when you look at the way that his darts land,
180.
as we see the first maximum of the match from Jared, they go in directly at 90 degrees. So there's plenty of sisal around the point in the barrel, whereas with someone like Darren Beveridge,
100.
his darts go in so upright that a lot of the sisal is obscured by the way the darts sit.
97.
One thing that Jared has been doing very, very well this week is taking blows on the chin and responding well. Comes back with a maximum and a 97 after losing that first leg.
60.
I think 12 months ago, he would have lost a lot more of these games. He's grown up a lot in 12 months, I will say that. He came in for a lot of stick on social media 12 months ago, as did we all. We were peppered with negative social media by a lot of faceless characters.
Jared,
and we all had to take it on the chin. And Jared 59. Cole was learning at a very fast pace as to how cruel the public can be when you lose. It was all very unnecessary. And he learned that the hard way. But the one thing he had were us players and organisers to make sure that he was okay. And he's very okay right now.
Game's on the
and
second
he's 1-1 in this match.
Jared Cole.
He's growing in stature. He's got a harder chin to take those knocks. And he really is bouncing back better than he ever has in his young life. It's 1-1.
Delegate Scott to throw first. Game on.
It's very interesting to me that some of these players stand right at the back of the room when their opponent is throwing. Others will be teetering on the edge of that exclusion zone, which is in yellow, as you can see. Some players just love to get on with the game and click at the heels of the players, whereas some others just like their own space. Me, I always like my own space.
97.
At some times on small stages, I was known to do a bit of a Tom Daly and almost have my heels off the stage.
58.
Of course, this is not a stage, it is a room. But I wouldn't be surprised to see the Online Darts Live League on a stage one day. It's not going anywhere.
60.
Although it has gone somewhere this year. It's gone away from people's homes, garages, conservatories.
84.
Into the studio, and for me, it is better for it. Because every player is playing on the same board as opposed to different boards. That was the aspect of online play that I couldn't
60.
really grab in 2020. Playing on a different board, a different branded board as well.
131.
I just thought it wasn't in the spirit of the game, but it was incredibly necessary and very welcomed at the time. Under very different lighting conditions as well, and temperature conditions. Sometimes a home advantage
78.
really did
Jared
come into play.
170.
Can Jared do to Scott what Scott did to him yesterday? The answer is no.
85. Scott, you require 106.
If he likes tops with the last dart, he needs a 6. He hasn't got one.
No. 34.
He's just trying to figure it out. I'm looking at Scott as if to say, what have I got left? He's got double 17, the most neglected double on the board.
Jared, you require 85.
He genuinely didn't think that that was a possibility. Bullseye for Jared.
60.
And he almost nicks it away.
Scott, you require 34.
I wouldn't be surprised if Scott Marsh goes straight for this. But he has gone 2 for double 16. Jared did not look as Scott Marsh takes the third leg. A bit of a confusion there as to what he was going for when it came to the double 17, because nobody likes to leave double 17. He didn't get it, but he did get the leg.
$100.
Big shout out to our referee today, Owen Binks, who is completing his 30th match of the week so far. And by the time the week is out, he will have refereed 105 games of darts.
180.
And there we get the wingspan celebration from Scott Marsh. That's what he does when he hits a max or a big finish.
57.
Arms out, very much like Christ the Redeemer. Now there's a place we could play darts. Brazil. We have had a Brazilian player here in Diogo Portela.
125.
Fancies it now, doesn't he? Wants to break the streak. Jared's not playing poorly here. He's averaging just shy of 90. He's actually a little bit ahead of Scott's average. But he's clinging on to this game as Scott is making his move. He gets down to 96 after 9, which is a very tidy effort. If indeed Marsh wins this game, it does keep people in it. It keeps himself in it.
Scott, you require 96.
It keeps Warburton in it. And it puts just that little seed of doubt in the mind of Cole for tomorrow. But the double 18 is not found for an 11 or a 12 darter. And this 150 would be brilliant. What a dart. What a second dart for double 18.
114.
What a chance. What an effort from Jared Cole.
Scott, you require 18.
For 3-1. Double 9 is found, and Jared Cole will have to win another 4-3 match if he is to get the second perfect day and 20 points after Tuesday.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
Is Marsh going to reel in Jared just a little bit? what could have been
55.
a 10-point gap going into tomorrow could now be only 6.
140.
But even if Jared doesn't get the job done here from 3-1 down, if you'd have said to him that he would have a 6-point gap going into Wednesday, not yesterday, but this morning, he would have said, yes, I'll take that.
93.
He won't give up, though. He won't want to give up this unbeaten streak.
58.
An unbeaten streak of 9. Not really close to the unbeaten streak of Sean McDonald, which is the best that we've seen. In fact, Sean McDonald's streak was 15 matches. Astonishing stuff from the Scot.
55.
That wasn't in the same group, though. That was traversing other groups. There's a 171.
71.
Beautifully done from Jared to set up a 132, which will start on the bullseye regardless of what Scott does. He may, however, on second thought, if Scott doesn't make it to a finish, start on the 60. Might just try and hit a ton
100.
to leave him positioned on
Jared
double 16.
132.
Yeah, I like that play.
92.
418s to leave tops. That's just super intelligent. He knows exactly what he's going to do before he does it. Pressure coming.
Correct.
84 left. Treble 16 or treble 20.
134.
Good stuff from Scott there.
Jared require 40.
He's in just in case Jared misses.
Game
But
shown
he
the
doesn't.
fifth leg.
And he keeps it alive.
Jared
We've
Cole.
seen this scenario so many times today where someone is 3-1 down, under pressure on the double, and they do deliver to keep it going into the 6th leg.
Sixth leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on. $125.
Now what does Scott have in response? From going 3-1 up, he will have thought, when am I going to get a chance? But
41.
here's the crux. He might not get a chance to win the match. He hasn't had a match dart yet. He got within 64 in the last leg.
85.
He was closed out. If he's closed out again and it goes to 3-3, maybe Marsh is the marginal favourite because he would have the darts.
180.
That gets him back in the leg. Second 180 of the match for Scott Marsh.
140.
But just think for a second. Jared hasn't been defeated this week so far, which means that every time he's gone to a 7th leg, and there have been plenty of times for that, he has not lost a last leg decider.
100. Jared, you require 151.
51 off. Doesn't get the 60 to leave tops, but does leave double 10.
131.
It's looking likely that we are going to a 7th leg. Can he get to 80?
60.
No.
Jared, you require 20.
Double 10. Found with
James on the
ease.
sixth leg.
And we are going to a one-leg
Cole.
decider to see whether Jared Cole can get to 20 points after 2 straight days.
7th and final leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
7 is the number. It is leg 7. And this is the 7th time in 2 days that Jared Cole has gone to a 7th leg.
83.
On all 6 occasions previously, he has won the 7th leg.
97.
Yet again, this is where one big treble per visit really comes in handy. If you can get 2 or 3,
140.
they are very welcomed, just like that. How about 3? How about all 3?
180.
JC with all 3. Beautifully delivered to give himself a 1 dart lead after 6. Excellent game of darts, where the Cole average is touching 99.
100.
The Marsh average just under 91. He really doesn't want to be defeated.
100.
And he is the first to a finish, so his destiny for the end of Tuesday is in his hands right now. But for how long? He might have to hit it.
$98.
He leaves 80.
Jared, you require 120.
With Jared Cole on 124. And he's not going to do it.
71.
How valuable is that bullseye going to be?
80.
It is entirely up to Scott Marsh to see whether the gap at the top of the table is 6 points or 8. That leaves 77 points, which is very difficult with 2 darts. And now Jared Cole is looking
40.
for his 7th 4-3 win in 2 days to be perfect once again. He's done it again. The king of the 7th leg this week has done it once again, and he has got 10 points from Tuesday, 10 points from Monday, and look at that for a performance at the end of the schedule on Tuesday to make sure that you are possibly within only 1 or 2 wins of winning Group A, 97, and beautifully done on every aspect of the board. Beautifully done to deny Marsh any match darts. 20 points at the top of the table. Mike Warburton with 12, a close challenger. He's going to have to be perfect tomorrow, and his game with Cole will be the separator, you feel. It's been a fantastic day of darts here at the Online Darts Live League, and it's been a very sad one for the day of darts. So everybody try to have a wonderful Tuesday. Send some love the way of Kyle Anderson's family. I know I will be later on. Everybody have a nice Tuesday. So long for now. This is the Asset signing out. So see you later, and see you tomorrow at 9:30 AM for more Online Darts Live League.